Okay, it is 7 o'clock. Welcome to the Town of Fairfax Planning Commission meeting, October 17, 24. Can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Newton? Oh, we don't have her yet? Okay. Swift?
Here.
Kelly?
Here.
Petrone?
Here.
Bela?
Present.
Jansen?
Here.
Pfeffer?
Here. Can I get a motion for approval of the agenda or any changes?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, Newton? Still no Newton. Okay, Swift?
Yes.
Kelly?
Aye.
Petrone?
Yes.
Bela?
Aye.
Jansen?
Aye.
Pfeffer?
Aye. All right, I will read the meeting protocol. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the Planning Commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at the Planning Commission meetings. The Planning Commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character, motive of the Planning Commission members, staff, members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. All interested persons are invited to participate in public hearings and in order to give all interested persons an opportunity to be heard and to ensure the presentation of all points of view, members of the audience should 1. Limit their presentation to 3 minutes. 2. Provide their comments by email as described. 3. State their view and concerns succinctly. And 4. Submit any new documents to the planning staff first, directly or by email, to be entered into the records. And with that, we are going to open the floor for public comments on any items that are not on the agenda. Is there anybody who would like to take the mic? See none in the room. Anybody on Zoom?
I see no hands online, Chair.
In that case, we will close the public comment for non-agenda items. We will also pass by the consent calendar because there are no items on the consent calendar to handle. And we'll move to the public hearing items, starting with item number 1. Can I get a staff report?
Okay. Excuse me. So the project proposes to internally connect. So the sorry, I'll start up with the property. It's at 58 Ridge Road, and the project proposes to internally connect the main or upper floor of the house to the lower floor with a stairway addition to the northern side, enclose the covered front entry porch on the southwestern side of the house, and remodel the existing front entry to create a new front entry and dining room. Construct a bay window addition along the southern side of the house in the new dining room. And add a new covered front entry porch adjacent to the new front entry at the southwestern corner. And modify and raise an approximately 8-foot tall portion of the gable roof over the living room on the western side of the house, and replace that portion with a new approximately 12-foot tall shed roof, creating a butterfly roof in that area that would not increase the overall height of the approximately 19.5-foot tall house. So a total of approximately 118 square feet of floor area would be added to the house, resulting in the house increasing from approximately 1,391 square feet to approximately 1,509 square feet. Approximately 3 cubic yards of soil would be excavated and hauled off site for the new foundation footings at the 2 additions. The property is approximately 13,700 square feet in area. It's irregularly shaped with an average slope of about 32%. And because of the road, Ridge Road is very windy. The property has 2 frontages along separate portions of Ridge Road and generally slopes down from an upper portion to a lower portion. It's developed with a house and a small shed that doesn't have any utilities. There are numerous trees, shrubs, and other plants scattered throughout the site. It's located within the RS6 single-family residential zone. It is also within a wildland urban interface or WUI zone and within a quarter mile of a known northern spotted owl nesting site. The property meets all setback, FAR, lot coverage, and building height requirements and would continue to do so with project implementation. The project requires approval of a conditional use permit or proposed additions to a house on a property that does not meet the minimum size or width requirements of the RS6 zone. Findings can be made in support of the proposed CUP. The proposed location, size, design, and operating characteristics of the additional and remodeled floor area, new front entry porch, and partial roof modification conform to the general plan, residential land use designation of the site, as well as applicable general plan policies and objective standards of the Fairfax zoning ordinance. The various smaller additions to different portions of the house and the minor 4-foot increase in a portion of the roof, which would not increase the overall height of the roof, minimize the visual mass of the project. The siding on the additions would match the existing brown shingle siding, and a new roof for the entire structure would help the additions and roof modification blend in with the existing house and natural surrounding landscape. The house would retain its existing height and number of levels and the existing grade. Natural features, mature trees, and vegetation on the property would be preserved. The proposed additions, remodeling, and partial roof modification would not encroach with any setbacks or cause the property to exceed the FAR, lot coverage, or building height limitations. Approval of the CUP would not constitute a grant of special privilege, nor contravene the doctrines of equity and equal treatment. The property would retain its residential use and would continue to comply with the setback, FAR, lot coverage, and height requirements of the RS6 zone, maintaining similar setbacks, FAR, lot coverage, and height as other single-family residential properties found in the immediate neighborhood and throughout the Fairfax Manor subdivision. The proposed additions would be located further from neighboring residences and other portions of the existing house and would not be expected to have any negative impact, negative effects on adjoining properties. The new front entry porch would be approximately 20 feet from the edge of Ridge Road paving, which is not expected to create any negative effects for the neighborhood or public use of Ridge Road. So Ross Valley Sanitary District commented that there appears to be a 10-foot wide sanitary sewer easement on the project property. And you can see that comment letter as attachment B to the staff report. So the resolution approving the project includes a condition of approval. It's condition 2, to ensure that no negative impacts occur on sewer infrastructure that may be present within the project property. With the implementation of that condition, the proposed project would not create a public nuisance or cause significant adverse physical or environmental effects on abutting or adjoining properties or the surrounding neighborhood. And I just wanted to note, so at the end of the staff report presentation, I will suggest a modification to that condition based on a recommendation from one of the commission. So the proposed additions, remodeling, and roof modification would connect the upper floor to the lower floor, create more living space, and create a new front entry. The proposed improvements, along with implementation of condition of project approval number 2, would result in equal or better development of the premises than would otherwise be the case, which is in the public interest and for the enhancement of the community. So no comments or specific conditions were received from Marin Municipal Water District or the Fairfax Police, Building, or Public Works Departments. Project-specific conditions from Ross Valley Sanitary District include the requirement for sewer lateral testing and certification, as well as designing and installing all structures well outside of any public sewer easement if one exists on the property. Project-specific conditions from Ross Valley Fire Department include the provision of a 20-foot wide fire lane, preparation of a vegetation management plan, and installation of a fire sprinkler system. So the modification that I would like to mention to condition of approval number 2, and that is on page 3 of the resolution approving the project. And it's the last sentence of that. So that last sentence reads, however, if the changes are substantial, they shall be approved by the Planning Commission with a modification of this CUP. And so the suggested change would be, however, if the changes are substantial, they shall require resubmittal to the Planning Commission as a requested modification of this CUP. And then there's also one other change to the resolution, and that would be to, based on another comment that it left from a commissioner, the resolution left out a condition to mitigate potential impacts on nearby nesting northern spotted owls. So that would be added to the resolution as well. And it would read, the project property is near a known northern spotted owl nesting site. So construction shall be prohibited during the northern spotted owl nesting season from February 1st through July 31st, unless a plan allowing construction activities during this period is submitted by a qualified northern spotted owl biologist and approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, with documentation of the approval provided to the town prior to initiation of any construction activities. All requirements listed in the plan, including potential on-site monitoring, must be met by the applicant at all times. So with that, we recommend that the Planning Commission move to approve application number 24-13 by adopting resolution number 2024-16 as modified with the suggested changes.
Thank you. Do we have questions for staff?
Through the chair, if I may interrupt for just a moment, I just wanted to note that Commissioner Newton has joined us and is online.
Okay, welcome, Commissioner Newton. Do we have questions for staff? Commissioner Swift.
On the reso, what number would the northern spotted owl be?
It would be 18, so it would follow all the town's conditions, and then it would proceed with the other, yeah.
Any other questions for staff?
So the project's not asking for a variance or of any of the zoning standards. It's really needs a CUP because it's on a non-conforming lot. Is that the summary? Okay, got it.
Any more questions? Nope. Is the applicant here? Does the applicant want to speak to the commission? Please move forward.
Hi, I'm Laura Caroline, the project architect, and the property owner, Erica Smith, is here as well. So working with Kara, we've tried to make a concise application. These are small additions, but they mean a lot to Erica and the livability of her house and her family with her husband and 2 boys. So this means a lot to her. We did have a question. We weren't quite sure the changes. We understand the spotted owl, but what was the other? I didn't know what number that was that you were referring to. And if you could repeat that, that would help us.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's on page, so it's attachment A, so the resolution, and then
Right.
it's page 3. And then it's number 2, paragraph that starts with number 2.
Okay.
And then in the last sentence. And so it would just be modified so currently it says, however, if the changes are substantial, they shall be approved by the Planning Commission with a modification of this CUP. And the suggested changes, however, if the changes are substantial, they shall require resubmittal to the Planning Commission as a requested modification of the CUP, because that's more accurate of what
Okay.
the process that needs to occur.
Okay, so, I think that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, any questions for the applicant? No, seeing none. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Do we have anybody in the public that'd like to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none in the room, do we have anybody on Zoom?
I see no hands online.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission. Anybody wants to comment? Do we have a motion? Okay, please go ahead.
Motion to approve resolution number 202416, resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving the application number 2413 for a conditional use permit for the expansion, remodel, and partial roof modification of the single-family residence at 58 Ridge Road with the proposed changes by staff.
Second.
Second.
Okay, Newton,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Petrone,
Yes.
Bela,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Aye.
Chair Jansen.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for the detailed information for the small addition. It was very informative. And with that, we will move to agenda item number 2. Can we get a staff report?
Yes, you can. Okay, so this is at 88 Toyon Road. And the property has recently had the house expanded and remodeled, and everything's been completed except the parking hasn't been finished. So this project involves swapping out the drive-through circular driveway that was originally approved with a 4-car uncovered parking area with an integrated bicycle storage shed. A retaining wall ranging from 2 feet to 6.5 feet in height will be built to create a slightly sloping parking area. The 72 square foot storage shed will sit on top of the wall at the back of the parking, supported on the south side by posts connected to a lower 5-foot wall next to the existing swimming pool. A planting area will be included between the 2 walls, and a stairway will connect the parking area to the front yard. The project also aims to legalize an existing retaining wall on the west side of the driveway, built to support a planting bed that encroaches into the Toyon Road right-of-way and should have had a revocable encroachment permit before it was built. So they're going to legalize that. The project site is not within a quarter mile of any known northern spotted owl nesting sites or within a ridgeline scenic corridor. The excavation required for the project is only 25 cubic yards, which does not necessitate an excavation permit, and the project does not require a design review permit. The nearest neighboring residence to the proposed parking, storage, and retaining wall improvements is at 78 Toyon Road, 36 feet away, and that house is oriented with its views to the southwest. New lighting will be minimal, with 2 wall-mounted lights on the shed facing Toyon Road, 3 stair lights on the stairs connecting the parking to the front yard area, and 1 path light at the top of the existing stairs that lead from the front yard down to the swimming pool. All the lights will be low Kelvin and directed downwards for safety while minimizing light trespass. The design of the parking and storage shed using horizontal siding for the shed and matching horizontal wood for the driveway safety railings complements the architecture of the recently remodeled and expanded single-family residence. There are 2 oak trees whose drip lines intersect with the parking improvements on the west side of the driveway. The applicants provided an arborist report by Zachary Vaught of Urban Forestry Associates. The arborist has determined that the construction of the drilled pier and grade beam foundation for the retaining wall on the west side of the parking improvements can be monitored and modified during construction to preserve the existing tree roots and the long-term health of the trees. The arborist report includes recommendations for maintaining the oak's health, which the staff has included in the conditions in the attachment A resolution 2024-17. It's a sloped hillside and it has, kind of a complicated drainage system. The town engineer has looked at the drainage issues, the drainage changes that are going to be caused by the new parking, and has determined that the existing drainage system can accommodate the new drainage that's going to come from the new construction. The project requires the approval of 3 discretionary permits. It requires a modification to the originally approved Hill Area Residential Development Permit. an accessory structure height variance for just the rear of the shed, because the shed with the support posts and the wall, if you measure it from lowest grade by the pool, it exceeds the 15 feet in height. It's about 20 feet in height. And then it requires the encroachment permit for the planter retaining wall that encroaches into the Toyon Road right-of-way. And staff was able to suggest findings to you for the all the discretionary permits. I won't read them all unless you would like me to. They're in the staff report. And therefore, we're recommending that you conduct the public hearing and move to approve application 24-14, modifying the previously approved application 2104 by adopting resolution number 2024-17 that contains the findings and the conditions for the revised project approval. And I did have one addition to the resolution to condition 19. It should read, the owners must prepare, sign, notarize, and record a revocable encroachment document in Marin County Recorder's Office and provide a recorded copy of the document to the planning department prior to issuance of the building permit for the parking improvements. So we want to insert and bring a recorded copy of the document to the planning department in that last condition 19. And that would conclude our report.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Swift.
Do we have any specs on exterior lighting yet on this?
Do you mean, did they include them in their plans?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, they had cut sheets for the different lights they were going to use and all the information. You want me to check which page? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I included my.
Well, that's what I was going to get to when we get to the reso. I just needed to double check it.
Oh, you want to add that standard? Yeah, okay. Got it.
Any other questions? Commissioner Petroni.
Yeah, on the encroachment permit, do we have any sense of what the size of that area is where the planter goes into the public right of way? Well, I just want to get a sense. It's not anything large that might be big enough for, say, an on-street parking space or anything like that. It's just a very small.
Maybe the size of one of these, maybe one of these tables double.
Microphone.
It's not very large.
Okay.
And there's a tree there and a power pole. So it's not like someone really could have done much there.
Right. Or park their car on street.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I have a question for staff. If I read the drawings correctly, the permitted situation and the current situation has all the required parking within the property or on the property. Is that correct?
That's
Then if I look at the new situation and the property line, then 2 of the 4 proposed parking stalls are partially outside the property lot on public property. Is that correct?
so that's correct, but you're only required to have 3 parking spaces for a single family home. 2 of them have to be entirely on the private property and the third guest space can be in the right of way. So this actually meets the requirements. And you can check with the owner, but I'm also sure the original plan, they have room for another car along their property frontage in the right of way. So I believe they have adequate parking and it complies with the code.
Okay. Yeah, no, in the current situation,
Yeah.
you could probably have 6 cars there if you would want to,
But you're right, anyway.
yes, so the math would
original
be.
had 3 entirely on the
Right,
property.
but so the math is that there's still 2 on the property. The
Right.
third
It
required
had its
is,
own issues though, because driving, the neighbors next door, when you drive down that driveway, the lights were shining into their house and into their yard. So
Right.
it had its own challenges,
true. No, just trying to understand the logic. And the third one is mostly on private property. And the fourth one is just bonus. All right, appreciate that. We have one more question, I think. Commissioner Kelly.
That brought up a question for me that I don't know the town ordinance or protocol. If a town person develops a parking spot in a public way, are they allowed to sign it for their personal property or their personal parking?
So if you create like a parking area like this, where it's obviously a driveway to a private like parking deck, right? It's understood that anything in the driveway is like your parking, but we do have a section of the code that's under vehicles in the town code, and it's called the preferential parking ordinance. And if you spend $10,000 or more to create a parking space in the public right of way along your frontage, like building a wall and backfilling it, you are allowed to post it for your own private parking. However, we have a lot of areas around town where people have just decided to post pullouts for private parking. They haven't gone through the process. They haven't spent $10,000. So you do see that. And we resolve them when we get complaints.
So this spot that I see near the retaining wall at the street edge,
Mhm.
would they be allowed to post it for private parking?
Check with the owner. I don't think there's a wall there, so I think it's just a fence. So they didn't spend $10,000 to create it,
Okay, and I'm just, okay,
but I could be wrong. There might be a wall there. If there's a wall there, they could have gone through the process to have it. The planning director has to officially say it's preferential parking, then it has to come to you and you have to deem it preferential parking. Then they can post it. You can't just build it and post it.
And to that point, the town has, I believe, a list of those properties that have gone through that process. Correct?
Well, I know the addresses. I don't know if we've ever put it in a list, but
Well-
there's actually very few of them. There's not that
Right.
many where people have done it. And we
Right.
did run into, the most recent one, the fire department refused to let them post it for their own private parking because they wanted it to stay an area where the fire trucks could pull out or something. I never quite understood it, but they weren't allowed to post it for their own private parking on one of our narrower roads, but they built it and the neighbors don't use it. They understand it's for that address, so.
One last question. Did you receive any comments from neighbors who do not agree with what is proposed?
No, just one letter of support from
Yeah.
the neighbors that are closest to it. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Seeing no more questions, is the applicant here and does the applicant want to speak to the commission? Thank you. Yeah, please on the microphone, can you turn it on?
Hi there. What would you like me to address?
Well, it might be you would like to share something, but we have questions for you as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think our main thing there is we're just trying to, we were focused on the house itself. Once we started using the driveway, we realized it was, it's too steep, inconvenient, cars near the front of the, right outside the front door. So that's where we came up with the, revised parking plan. Trying to create a bike storage since we don't have a garage. And yeah, just the planting area was kind of a little neighborhood, improvement project. Just trying to contain, there's a giant stump there, trying to contain the dirt and all of that. So.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions for the applicants? I have one. Seeing none others. So the proposed new driveway, it slopes down to meet grade at the street level. Is that correct? So the planting area on the plan, that's plan A101, that's right to the neighbors. That's basically following the existing grade. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think that's it. There are no more questions. So then we'll open it to the public. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anybody in the public who'd like to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none in the room, do we have anybody on Zoom?
I see no hands online, Chair.
That case, we close the public comments. We'll bring it back to the commission. Anybody would like to make comments for discussion? Commissioner Bella, go ahead.
So just so clarification, so it's going from the existing parking in the gravel driveway to tandem parking to for tandem parking spaces. Is that correct? And sort of a outdoor structure. Yeah, good. Yeah, it just looks to me like a better, more elegant solution for handling parking, and it will create a sort of nicer front door experience for the neighbors in the neighborhood. So yeah, it looks like a good solution, good change.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out what the drawing that I was looking at before is the grading and drainage plan. And it is a fence that I was seeing, not a wall. And it says that the fence will be moved over so that there can be parking outside of the fire marshal approved clearance. And I was asking about this issue just because I know the address and I know that you probably have trouble with weekend hikers parking everywhere, and you might need to reserve your spot. Well, it's just a global issue for the town. I don't think it's too much of a surprise, but I just wanted to point out that it was a fence that I was seeing, not a wall.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do we have a motion? No motion. That's interesting.
I can, oh,
Commissioner Bella?
Okay. Where do you want to go?
I can do.
Mrs. Swift?
Recommend approval of Resolution 2024-17, a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 24-14, modifying a previously approved application 20-03 for a hill area residential development permit, allowing a redesigned parking improvement and approving accessory structure height variance for a storage shed and granting an encroachment permit to legalize retaining wall built within the Toyon Road right-of-way at 88 Toyon Drive with the addition of our lighting requirement for dark sky as an addition.
I'll second.
Sorry, I was laughing because I just noticed that throughout my staff report, I said Toyon Road and it's actually Toyon Drive. I shall correct that. Okay, let me take the vote. Newton,
Aye.
Swift, Kelly,
Aye.
Petrone,
Aye.
Bela,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Aye.
Chair Jansen,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 3. Can we get a staff report?
All right, I'm just bringing up a PowerPoint here. Give me a moment. Okay. All right, so this is a continued public hearing from the last meeting to discuss changes to the short-term rental ordinance and consider a recommendation to the town council. So it's a little bit shorter than last last meeting. There's three recommended changes just to kind of simplify this a little bit. The first one is to allow short-term rentals in most zoning districts that allow residential uses. So that would include additional residential districts in addition to commercial districts that allow residential uses. And as I explained at the last meeting, we do have a lot of kind of single family homes that are kind of hanging out in commercial zones and that type of thing. So that's the reason to do that. In addition to folks that do have homes in those zones, who are interested in doing short-term rentals. Also allow short-term rentals in most housing types except accessory dwelling units built after 2020. And at the last meeting, we did talk about prohibiting it in all ADUs, but I think as the consensus, more or less, maybe not the majority, but the consensus was to just stick with our existing rules and just focus on the ADUs that are built after 2020. And then a new recommendation tonight based on testimony at the last meeting would be to allow a limited waiver to parking. And I'll go through that, how that would work, and see if the planning commission is comfortable with that approach. So, and just to reiterate a little bit, so what we're doing is we're kind of trying to strike this balance between what a lot of jurisdictions do is they have an outright ban on short-term rentals because their primary focus is protecting their long-term housing stock. And then also the other extreme, which is to have no rules whatsoever, and to kind of let them occur. So we're trying to strike a balance between, we do not have a humongous problem like you'll see this in ski communities or Barcelona or New York, where every single apartment is turning into a short-term rental, where it's a big problem and they banned it. We don't really have that issue. We only have, I don't think we've ever had more than 100 based on some data I've seen. And currently we really only have about 50 or less that are out in the community. And then of course, whether or not they're registered, that's another issue altogether, but we have approximately that many. So it's not a big impact on the long-term housing currently. So, and as I mentioned, and Kara's here tonight, so she can explain probably better than me about what has prevented folks from registering. But essentially, we have 19 applications so far. I think it's still 19. Okay, we've had a few more. Okay, so, and then 10 of those have been approved, and the 9, and maybe Kara, if you can clarify out of the few more that have applied, have they been successfully able to register or not?
One, no, because it's in the RD 5.5-7 zone, and it would be an ADU that was constructed without a building permit, so it would be legalized with a building permit now, so it wouldn't qualify because it wouldn't have been before 2020 that it was issued the building permit. And then another one looks like it has shared parking and a shared driveway, and maybe not enough parking. And then the third one I haven't reviewed yet, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's that's tracking along the same as the other ones we've seen, where it's either in the wrong district, and then of course the parking issue has come up again. And then we also don't allow short-term rentals in illegally constructed structures or additions. So currently, this is just the current rule. It's not allowed in any multi-unit building, a duplex, apartment, etc. And then these are the districts where we're currently allowed. This is a review from last time. So those are kind of just trying to stay focused on these 3 main issues. We did talk about at the last meeting, which I don't want to discourage the Planning Commission from making a recommendation on this, but there is not a public hearing required for the municipal code chapter that is not under the purview of the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission is required to hold a public hearing on zoning code changes. However, Chapter 5.7 of the municipal code is not under the purview of the planning commission, so you don't have to make a recommendation on it, but you are welcome to. So I don't want to discourage it. But so there's kind of, we're slicing and dicing what you can do here. But you could make a recommendation to the council that they take up an amendment to chapter 5.7 of the municipal code to limit the number of days that a short-term rental can operate in a year. And also, as Marin County has done, you can also limit the total number of short-term rentals in the community. And then they could also change the hotel users tax. Currently it's at 10%, but there's a little bit of room to increase that if the council wanted to do that. And so these are all the provisions that are in that other chapter. So the idea is that the zoning chapter and this chapter kind of work together to regulate short-term rentals. So a little bit of follow-up from the meeting. So before we consider a limit on the number of days per year, this would be difficult to enforce. We don't really have the staff to kind of count days that short-term rentals are operating. Also, we think this is a little bit self-regulating because since the current requirement, the owner or the host actually has to be their unit. So they have to live in the single family home or the unit that is hosting the short-term rental. So it has to be like they're away for the weekend or it's an extra room. We don't think that it's really a huge issue where there's somebody in there constantly, because it's really almost a shared space with the host. So we want to recommend this change, but again, we would not strenuously object if you wanted to forward this to the town council. There's also was some discussion of considering a use permit. I would argue that ship has already sailed since we already have a ministerial process in place for processing short-term rentals. However, similar to a use permit, as I'll discuss in a minute, we could consider a waiver for parking. And that's a recommendation by staff. So also we talked about ADUs, and we decided just to kind of leave that alone. Now, there was a discussion at the last meeting to kind of peg it to a 2017 date, because that's when we started allowing or we started permitting for ADUs and allowing them in Fairfax. So we could change the date. Instead of pegging it to a date of 2020, we could say you can't put a short-term rental in an ADU built after 2017, and we would have data on that. So we could change it to 2017. So I think that's what, and Commissioner Swift can discuss whether that what she intended or not after the presentation here. And then the new recommendation is to have a parking waiver process. So essentially, in order to be eligible for this, you'd have to meet the other requirements of the zoning code. The property couldn't have any code violations. The applicant would need to demonstrate that the short-term rental would have kind of a low parking demand, like there was an example of like kind of a single room rental or other factors. And then they would also need to demonstrate that nearby parking was available, and then they could apply for a waiver. So that would be the three options. And so with that, we can talk about this some more. I'm kind of encouraging the planning commission to try to make a decision on this topic tonight. There's basically everything is stopped right now because we're considering these changes. So we're not collecting hotel users tax. We're not collecting registration fees. We're not enforcing anything. We're everything's on hold until we resolve this, because we don't want to have a moving don't have all these moving parts. We want to kind of settle on a set of rules and be able to kind of enforce those rules. So anyway, so there is a little bit of pressure on getting this up to the town council, and they could potentially make that decision for us if we take too long. So anyway, so we would hopefully get a decision tonight if possible. And with that, I am available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the planning director? Commissioner Swift.
So on the staff report, page 3, second paragraph from the bottom, it says short-term rental uses that include only one short-term rental unit per property contained within an existing structure permitted for residential use as long as the structure is not an ADU, JDU established after 2020. What's the definition of per property?
That's the way that it's currently worded. And I would just say, I mean, I would argue that's per parcel.
Okay, so I'm thinking where the discussion last time addressed apartments,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
right? So
So maybe we do want to leave it per property and define that a little bit better.
if we go that
So-
route, and if we go to apartments, remind me, does the apartment dweller need to have permission from the apartment owner? I mean, the complex owner
Yes.
for that?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's not, just to clarify too, it's not just apartments, but it would, any multi-unit structure is like, so you have duplexes and triplexes, and so it's, there's lots
A
of,
dwelling unit,
right, a
Right.
dwelling unit.
okay,
Mhm.
because you talked about when you mentioned the amount of days
Mhm.
that it would be kind of self-limiting because the individual
Mhm.
would be renting out their place, correct?
Correct.
Okay, or short-term rental, their place. So that doesn't
Mhm.
necessarily apply to, though, a duplex that might have one of those units currently empty. Right?
Well, as it's currently written, you would have to have a tenant in the duplex as a long-term tenant, and then that long-term tenant would be the one that would be eligible to rent out to host the short-term rental. Just the way it's currently written, because if you're not actually living in the unit, or you don't have a full-time resident living in the unit, then it's not eligible for a short-term rental.
Okay, because I'm not sure that was necessarily clear from last month's discussion, but the
Mhm.
parking. So on here, you've identified the parking to one car per 4 guests.
Mhm.
Okay. So my question on that was, if I have just one guest, they still need one parking space, correct? Because it could be,
Correct.
I could read that to say that only if you have 4 or more do you need a parking
Mhm.
space. So it's
Yeah.
1 to 4, one parking space, and then over 4 would be another parking space. Is that the intent?
Yeah, it should be. It should say up to 4 guests.
Okay. And then you talked about in there an appeal process. Like so an applicant could come in and say, I don't meet that parking requirement. But there
Yeah.
might be a process that staff would look at that and say it may meet one of these other things that we don't require, that we wouldn't require the one parking space off the street because of other factors, correct? Is that what you were?
Correct. Yeah, it's a waiver. We're calling it a waiver process.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right. So I guess a question for that, the the way you envision it now, would there be any ability for neighbors to weigh in or for staff to look at getting feedback from neighbors as to parking in that location?
If the planning commission would like to do like a 300-foot notice or immediate neighbors, then we could do that.
Okay.
As it's currently written, we're using the existing waiver process, which doesn't have that notification in it.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Any other questions, Commissioner Bella?
Just so question on the parking requirement and do you have a sense of how many STR applicants are ineligible because of the off-street parking requirement? You have any data on that?
Yeah, we do. Do you know the exact number? It's probably what, 10 that have applied that we know of?
You know, I don't know for sure. I know one person definitely is two. I know of two that are definitely disqualified because they don't have the parking. First, I'm certain about those two, but I can't say with certainty how many exactly don't qualify for the parking. But one, it could be more, but yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, we'll touch on that more during the comments.
Yeah, I think we had it tabulated the last time, and I should.
I think it was 4.
Was it 4?
Yeah, but that was also the parking that was currently required, not necessarily any changes. So that was based on
Right.
the current parking requirement.
Yeah, and it is kind of a double whammy because if you don't have the current parking and if you don't have you have to have 2 or 3 parking spaces for a home, and some homes have none. So then if you need to add an additional one for a short-term rental, then you're short that as well. So you'd be short quite a few parking spaces. So you wouldn't be able to really achieve that in order to do your short-term rental.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah, just another question around, so the previous ordinance had a restriction on different zones, and just curious about why I can't pull up the name of the zone. Oh, the RD 5.5 to 7 and some of these other areas sort of closer to Sir Francis Drake why were those originally excluded from the STR ordinance? Just curious the sort of logic behind that.
I'm not sure. I mean, neither one of us were here when the ordinance was adopted. I would speculate it was to protect the housing supply and to only allow it and just kind of really be restrictive and only allow it in a few zones where you have bigger houses. Those other zones, I think the houses, I mean, they're closer in, they're a little bit smaller. It was argued at the last meeting by some of the folks testifying, well, maybe that's where they should be allowed because they're convenient to walk into the town center. So
that's exactly what I was, thinking.
Mhm.
I'm glad to hear that's a change in the new ordinance.
Yep.
Commissioner Pfeffer.
Thank you. So you mentioned some of the timing concern is that we're not currently enforcing the current restrictions.
Nope. We're sending letters and
Okay.
notifying them that they're out of compliance and they need to register. But we haven't, in order to do enforcement, we really need to have everything settled so that we can tell people that these are the rules. They're not moving around anymore. So you need to register or stop using it as a short-term rental.
I'm concerned because this, in theory, could be a longer process, or it could come up again for a number of other issues. So is it typical in other jurisdictions that have adopted these ordinances to basically once it gets agendized, you just pause because somebody may be an early mover towards a future new permitted use? Because until the new rule, we have rules, and until the new rules are adopted,
Mhm.
those are the rules.
Yeah, short-term rentals are kind of their own tricky situation because there are many jurisdictions that don't allow short-term rentals at all. But however, if you go on, like Fairfax used to be in this category, but if you go on to Airbnb, the short-term rentals pop up all over the jurisdiction. So just because the ordinance prohibits it doesn't mean they don't exist. And it's just that they're just simply, not paying attention to it. But since we've decided to pay attention to it and require registrations, we have to follow through and enforce it because it's unfair to treat people differently. So we have a lot of people that have kind of gone out of the way to try to register, and then we have other people that are just completely ignoring our letters. So we want to have very firm rules so that we can assertively say to people that aren't registering that they need to register or stop using the dwelling as a short-term rental.
Okay. And then I had a question on some of the cost recovery and enforcement suggestions and discussion in the report. For the other jurisdictions, are there ones that enforce via fines, and what is their process for that? Is it an escalating fine? Is it per unit? And then I understand part of the issue is that people are doing short-term rentals, whether or not they're registered. If there's a fining regime or a fee that they're not paying, what is the mechanism by which the jurisdictions can then enforce and collect those fines for the people who also were not paying the registration fee?
Yeah, there's a whole code enforcement process that we have to follow. And all other jurisdictions have very similar processes where you have to, first of all, you have to establish kind of the baseline and, send a letter. If they still don't comply with the regulations, you have to send another letter. You kind of have document that they've been notified multiple times. And then you have to document that they're still engaging in the activity, which is relatively easy to do in this case because of our use of the Deckard site, where we can see where the Airbnbs are popping up. And then once we've documented it, then we can send out the code enforcement letter. So it's a very long process, and fines are the last resort. In fact, I don't know if Fairfax rarely gets to the fine level because most people will kind of comply before that point.
Okay. Do other jurisdictions get to that? I'm curious if there's because I think it would be important for people operating short-term rentals to know, does it ever get to the point of escalation of like a utility lien or something like that?
We don't use utility liens.
Well, like if you're not paying your water bill over and over again, you have an unpaid bill, eventually there's going to be a lien on your property to clear if you want to get back in compliance with your water bill or your taxes or electricity. Can it escalate to that point, or is there like a set?
It could.
Okay.
I mean, to be truthful, it'd be very hard to get to that point because it's in order to do to do code enforcement, it's a long process, and we only have one code enforcement officer who's also our building official, who's also our building inspector, who's also our public works inspector. So we don't have a lot of capacity to do code enforcement. We do in this particular case, though. We do have a third party company, Deckard, who is helping us with kind of our letter writing campaign for the this first batch of short-term rentals. We've also reached out to the Airbnb And there's some potential there if they primarily on the like the hotel user tax front. If somebody isn't paying the hotel user tax, then they can block them from using Airbnb. So there's some possibilities there.
Commissioner Patron, then Commissioner Newton.
At last month's meeting, we were presented with a matrix of the reasons why folks who have attempted to register and were denied, the reasons for denial. Are there any of those folks that with these new changes as recommended by staff would still not be able to register, or are all of them sort of covered by these new changes that staff is recommending?
Yeah, you know, the tricky one is the duplexes. Because those properties they tend to be located in the that RD district where they're currently not permitted. So that would be resolved. All of them have parking issues mostly. I mean, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them have parking issues. So that could potentially be resolved with a waiver. But the whole issue of you're taking duplex unit out of the long-term market, that's a little bit controversial. So we're recommending against that. Now, we would be open to suggestions, but that's what staff's currently recommending.
And just so I'm clear, that's for if someone owns a duplex building, lives in one, and wants to do the other.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Newton, you had your hand up before.
I did, but I took it down because I remembered that I had a comment instead of a question.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Commissioner Swift.
So I'm confused because the question before on the duplex was if the individual was living in the unit, like an apartment. And I thought from what you had said that an individual would have to live in the unit to be able to participate. So what I was addressing was a duplex where you had the owner lives in one of the unit and the other unit
is a tenant.
But if there isn't a tenant in the other unit and the unit is vacant, are we saying that
you can't use it as a short-term rental? That's what we're currently saying.
Okay. And then the other question was, and that is what you're saying in this. Okay.
Yep.
So that's a little bit different, I think, than what we were talking about last month, which is fine. But to the question of fines, if somebody is not participating in the program but is advertising a short-term rental on the myriad of sites that you could do that, like Airbnb, do these sites, if it's not a legitimate legal short-term rental, is there a process where they just won't advertise them? So if you have like the third-party company that you're using that goes out and sees if the hotel tax is not being collected or is being collected, is there a way to, because when we talk about code enforcement or fining short-term rentals that are not participating in whatever legitimate program Fairfax may have, I see as something that has teeth to it is if you can't use these systems to advertise your short-term rental because they're not legal, that has teeth to it. And my question is, will those platforms take something off of their platform that isn't legal in the jurisdiction?
They say they will, but I don't know if they would actually. So I'm in contact with a couple of the folks at Airbnb. So they say that they want all of their hosts to be compliant with local regulations. So.
And would that be something you would potentially use your third party that you're employing to address that with?
I'm going to interrupt you. I want to remind the commission we are in questions for
Okay.
staff, and I'd like to get to the public before we go into
All right.
discussion.
But
Thank you.
yes, but I'm just short answer to your question is the official line from the Airbnb and the other providers is that they don't want people on their site that aren't complying with local regulations. That's their official statement.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question regarding the parking spaces, and I'm looking particularly at the criteria for a waiver on page 4. Item 3P2, and then the criteria there. I'm concerned that they could be subjective, and I'm wondering what the method is for a owner to appeal, I guess, or I'm concerned at first I was concerned that, oh, this is going to put staff in a possibly contentious conversation, maybe a lot of times. And second of all, I just wondered, well, what is the avenue for the applicant to, if they disagree?
This uses an existing section of the zoning code, which is so this is in the parking section, but then it uses an existing section of the zoning code 17.44 authority to grant waivers, and then in that section there's an appeal process. So if they get a denial, then they can appeal that, and I'm pretty sure that comes to the planning commission. It might come to the town council. I can look that up to see where it would go.
Okay, I think that's clear. So you're suggesting that it likely gets appealed to us.
Yeah.
If there's a disagreement or, okay.
Yeah.
And particularly, I just wanted to point out that I'm looking at items B through F appear that any of those could be subjective.
Yeah, and I think the purpose here was for it to be kind of open. But in the 17.44, that there's findings in there that have to be addressed as well. So that's where you'd have to actually be able to make those findings, which makes it a little bit more solid. So this
I'm not
kind of
clear on
gives the applicant like, okay, can I say with a straight face that I can address some of these, but then you have to go to this other section to actually process it with findings. So, and we can bring that section up if it's useful. It's an existing section of the zoning ordinance.
Okay, I think the bottom line is that as long as there's a mechanism for them to appeal, I think that's what's important.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's it. In which case we will open it to the public for public comments. Please come forward.
And Chair, may I ask, are we using a 3-minute timer today? Are we limiting it to 3 minutes? Okay.
That's fine. My name is Richard Pedamonte, and I'm here on behalf of my daughter. I live at 30 Baywood Court, and my daughter lives at 34. She's working a long shift at Marin General tonight, so she asked me to come to the meeting. So I think I want to tell you our story. I think it's kind of one of the exceptions to all these things that maybe could use a little more discussion, and that's that 8 years ago. When she bought the house, that we had an extra bedroom upstairs with a nice bathroom. I built a separate entrance so that people could enter without going to the house and up the staircase. And we've been providing short-term rentals for 8 years now. And we have ample parking, and we serve a whole myriad of people who come to Fairfax for various reasons. Just today, we had a guy, Bob, who we've known for years, who raised a family in Fairfax, moved out of town, but loves to come back to visit his friends and check on his rental property. And he stays for a week or two at a time, 2 or 3 times a year. So we would just like to continue providing this service. We have a single bedroom and a bathroom with no cooking facilities. So it's never been a rental unit, and it never will be. And we also use it at least 5 or 6 weeks out of the year for family members who come to visit. So it's not available for long-term to be a long-term rental. And as far as the 60-day limit that someone suggested, it doesn't make sense for us in that we're going to use it for part of the year. And then if we only have 60 days, it's going to sit there vacant and be unused when there's a big demand for it. And we have actually zero impact on our neighborhood. Most neighbors don't even know it's there. We have ample off-street parking, a private entrance, and like I say, zero impact on the neighborhood, but a big positive impact on the community for people who like to come to Fairfax and spend money, people who live in Fairfax and may have to have temporary accommodations, whether remodeling or when their grandparents or whoever is coming to town. So I'd like you to take that into consideration. And we'd like to continue doing business as we have for the last 8 years with no complaints and lots of happy people. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any
questions, by the way?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
We live at 17 Taylor Drive, right up the street from the Barefoot Cafe. And we're in a single family home. It's a 2-story house and we rent rooms in the house. They have their own entrance, but basically it's like a hotel room. It's a bedroom, a bathroom, and another little room. And we were denied because of parking. We're short 8 feet, I think. We have a double car garage. It's a tandem garage, and then we have a place out front. And because of that, where the house was built, the 2 places in the garage are considered legal non-conforming. I keep looking at Clara because I'm trying to remember. And then we have one in front that's 13 feet instead of 19 feet. And so we were denied because of that. We applied right away. I have no trouble. We have no trouble paying the hotel tax, the occupancy tax. I think it makes sense. It's good for the community. We have no kitchen. It's right below our bedroom. And we put all kinds of insulation in, but we can hear people snoring. So it's not convenient to have a long-term rental because if there's any TV, radio, it will just be a nightmare for us. So we would really like to make it work somehow. It's close to town. Everyone goes in and eats and so forth. I also wanted to, that was my one point. And also we've been doing this for 9 years. And we count on this now as a retired couple. It's income for us. So 60 days a year would really be hard. I also wanted to explain the occupancy tax. We are an Airbnb host, but we also use Airbnb. Santa Cruz has a occupancy tax. So when you rent from them, the person that rents pays the occupancy tax, not the host. And the only way they would not, you have to sign up for it, but Airbnb collects the money. So when we work with Airbnb, we don't collect money or get a credit card or anything like that. It all goes through them. They put money in our bank account. They do the same thing with the town. You sign up for it, and then we can go on the site and let them know, hey, we're in Fairfax. This is what we're doing. We're part of the blah, blah, blah. So the only people that would be not signed, they wouldn't either. I guess if the registration, when you register, you have to show the planning commission or someone part of that situation would be that they would have to prove that they had gone online to Airbnb and said, oh, we've signed up for this, we're part of this, so they're collecting the money. So I just wanted to make that clear because it sounded like people weren't that familiar with it. But as a, traveler with Airbnb, that's what goes on. So we pay it. It's part of the taxes that we pay. So that's all.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker.
Linda Berry, 492 Scenic Road. And to clarify that on Airbnb, Airbnb pays Fairfax the user tax. So it's not up to a short-term rental person. You get the permit and then they directly pay you guys. So, and as she stated, it is something that the customer pays to Airbnb and then Airbnb directly sends it to the town. And I was denied because of parking. I don't have 3 off-the-road parking spaces. I have 2 right of way. I think it's called parking spaces. I live on Upper Scenic Road. It's a very less traveled road. Hardly anybody comes up there. I live there by myself. I've got 1 car. I have a room and a bathroom for rent with Airbnb. I've been doing it for 3 years. And people like to come to my place because it's the least expensive place that they can stay in Fairfax, and they all come and spend money in town. So I've been living in my home for 37 years, and if I'm not allowed to have a waiver, then you could be putting me out on the street, a senior disabled woman who's losing her vision, who won't have any ability to pay for herself. So I'm hoping that in the permit waiver process that you will have the wisdom to allow me to continue to create income for myself so that I won't become a homeless, senior, disabled, can't drive citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Scott Hochstrasser. I own a property at 141 Bolinas Road, directly across the street from the town hall. And I think I have a Gordian knot for you to untie. I own a building that's a zone CH, and I would be allowed to have a second dwelling unit, but I have a conditional use permit that allows a business in the upstairs and a residence in the downstairs. So I don't live there permanent, but I do have a business that's permanently established there. And your ordinance, the way it's crafted now, wouldn't allow me to have basically a short-term rental. I've been doing that for about 8 years. Bought the building in 2012. I commuted for 20 years from the Midwest. I had my office in the upstairs and I lived downstairs. Now I'm living in Marin County again, and I keep my business there, but I've been Airbnb-ing the downstairs part of the house. And people love it because it's close to the movies and the theaters. And you've heard other testimony about the people that come to stay here. They're usually people that have lived here or that have family here that don't have room for them to come and stay. So I'm not sure how this is going to work in my case with the zoning. If I have to live there, I don't live there, but I have a business that lives there, and it's probably as responsible as any residence that lives in their own house. So I'm not sure how that gets resolved, but I have a mixed use property with a business and a residence, and I'd like to continue to rent as short term, and people love it. So I don't know how you address that, but maybe the staff can help us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Sexton. I'm a 24-year Fairfax resident and duplex owner. Just listening to all these stories out here, this is just a small sampling of the number of people that have rentals long-term and want to do short-term rentals. I have no idea how you are going to try to cut up this raw egg and have rentals okay for duplexes or not duplexes or ADUs, not ADUs. You have to be an owner in there, but you can't. However you're going to try to do this, you're going to, really detrimentally affect a lot of people. I mean, it's going to affect people's incomes, affect people's retirements. I don't think you have an issue with these people wanting to pay the transit occupancy tax or whatever fees or regulations, but you're just going to have this. The problem is, and listening to it last month and this month, it's a colossal problem trying to divide this up of who we can allow, who we can't allow. I'd like to ask the question starting, what is the problem you are trying to solve by limiting short-term rentals? I've not heard that. Are you currently saying, let's go down the list. Are there too many? Well, last month, the staff report said there were about 50 that are believed to be full-time. I contend that this isn't too many to service 5,800 residents and their families who come by for holidays or housing is being remodeled, remodeled refugees, or the people who come here for a weekend, like just mentioned, for a retreat at Spirit Rock. Do they interfere with the hotel downtown? No. According to your own report, actually opening up short-term rentals would generate needed transit occupancy tax for the town and also increase sales tax and restaurant revenue. Plus, they benefit the homeowners and the duplex owners who are feeling squeezed by the current rental situation. Are they a nuisance to the neighborhood? Last month, it was stated that there are only maybe one or two complaints that could be remembered, and they mainly dealt with parking. Are the investors buying up houses and turning into full-time short-term rentals? No. By your own admission, nobody would be dumb enough to do that. Are you worried about long-term housing going to short-term rentals? Great. Obviously, the biggest reason why this is happening is that in no small measure is because the town council imposed extra rent control. So if that's the problem you're trying to solve, go back to the town council and get a rent control repealed. Or better yet, let's wait till November 5th where it is repealed. That's going to help out that situation. So if this is the main reason, I suggest, again, going to the town council, getting that repealed. And I asked the commissioner last week, is there an issue with short-term rentals? They said, no, we just want to make sure that there's not going to be one. So there is no problem with short-term rentals. So I contend if there's no current issue with short-term rentals, there are not too many short-term rentals, they don't take business away from the hotel, they aren't a nuisance, then what is the problem you're going to try to get rid of when you're regulating them? So please answer that question before you needlessly act and put on extra regulations onto these business owners, these homeowners, and the people of Fairfax. There's simply no need. And if you do act, it's suggested that no regulations are needed on what type or how many days you can do it or who it can be rented to, or does the owner need to occupy it or not occupy it, or they can be in the ADU, but they have to live in the ADU and they can rent out their own place. You're causing all sorts of needless problems. They don't need to be regulated or limited to the degree that you guys are looking at. There's simply no problem. It's going to cause problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Susan Bramborg, Dominga Avenue. I'm here because I listened to last month's discussion, or maybe it was earlier this month, that parking was not a problem in Fairfax. In fact, it's kumbaya. Neighbors just, work it all out and everything. Well, I lived on Dominga now for a number of years, and it's parking on one side only. We have an Airbnb just south of Napa. I have an Airbnb that was established next door to me. Then you go down to Sherman Court and you have Bridge Court. Then there's an Airbnb with no parking and a rental with 2 units that have no parking, and they have a Forest Avenue address. So we on Dominga are limited to where we can park. Housing is older. We have to jockey around. We have Airbnbs within just a little area, and they do cause a problem. Someone said, oh, well, when I leave my house and I rent it out, I take my car away and then they bring their car and park in the same place. They don't just come in one car. They come in 2 cars. Or maybe if it's 3 men who just had been staying next door to me, they brought 3 cars. And there's 1 parking space off on the side of the property. Overall, with the town allowing buildings 5 and 6 stories without parking in the downtown area, then you have the mixture of the rentals, short-term rentals. It's madness. I can't imagine. It's just, parking is an issue in Fairfax. It has been always. And I want you to really be considerate of that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other speakers in the room? I don't see any. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
I'm just going to take a moment and tell the people on Zoom that this is your time. If you want to speak on this issue, you can use the raise hand button now. And I see no hands raised.
Okay, with that, we will close public comments. Thank you for all that input. I think the commission here understands that this is a complicated area. And I believe what we've heard, that's, I think we all understand that. The observation that there is no problem might be correct, but if there was one, it would be too late. And there are unfortunately many places in the world where that has happened. But I will not dive into that now. We can talk about that later. So regulation is intended to prevent that it goes wrong. I think what we should do is bring it back to the commission and start our discussion.
I'd like to just point out two items which I think are in need of discussion, or that I would like to discuss tonight. One is the issue of owner occupancy and the possibility that we could revise the recommendation to be rather than occupying the unit, occupying the property. And I think that revision could accomplish the goal of not having investor properties that are for short-term rental in town. That, I'm thinking of an example that I know of where there's a property that has a bedroom and bathroom above a garage that the owner obviously lives in the main house. And I think they wouldn't be allowed to use it as a short-term rental. And they use it as a similar to a couple examples we've heard, as typically for family, actually. But on occasion, when family isn't there, they would use it for, a short-term rental. And I think in this case, they wouldn't be able to do that as an example. So my proposition for conversation amongst the commission here is, would a revision to the recommendation from occupying the unit, revising that to be owner occupying the property, whether that would be something we should consider. And the other one is in response actually to, I had thought about it previously, but in direct response to one of our community members that spoke tonight. It seems to me that the commercial zones in our town could be less regulated. And that if there's any place that we should have short-term rentals that possibly aren't owner occupied, which is maybe what you would call the example that we heard tonight, it would be in the commercial zones. It was pointed out last month that we really only have one hotel in town. Right. And so these units could serve as proxies for hotels in our commercial zone, and it might be an amenity for the town. So those are the two things I'd like us to think about to discuss.
Thank you for that. That's a good start. I think let's collect these items. We'll make a list and then we'll go through it. So we'll just first put them on the agenda for us to discuss.
Commissioner Newton has had her hand raised.
Commissioner Newton, please.
Hey, thanks. I was going to ask you, first off, how you wanted to go through this, considering that, like, last month, I think we got very caught up in a lot of different things and we're kind of all over the map. And, so if you wanted to go through each of the numbered items that the planning director had proposed and sort of get our feedback on each of them. I don't know how you want to do it, Chair, but I do not only have responses to what Commissioner Kelly's brought up, but also questions about the way the parking waiver is drafted that I would also want to talk about. So, just throwing out there how you want to proceed.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so what I'd like to do is first get these initial responses, write them down. So parking is the one that is brought up here. And then once we have those together and we understand what the concerns are, we can go back look at the actual text and see how that would work in there or would not work in there. So we'd make that loop and then we go back to the actual document that we have in front of us.
Can I ask one sort of overarching question, and maybe we almost would want to start with that, which is to go back to something that was asked during the public comment about what we think the problem is that, you know, the short-term rental ordinance is supposed to be fixing. And you know, the whole comment about, oh, if the problem is trying to preserve housing stock, you know, and not allow short-term rentals to, you know, take over what could otherwise be part of, you know, permanent housing for people. And the complaint is that the, you know, the renter protection ordinances that the town council has enacted are up for, you know, decision by the town voters. You know, I'll point out that all we're doing tonight is coming up with a set of recommendations from the planning commission to the town council. And I'd ask the planning director, would you anticipate that the town council would take up those recommendations before the election?
Well, no, that wouldn't be possible.
Okay.
We have to do a public hearing notice. So the earliest this would get to the council would be November 6th.
Okay, which is the day
Probably
after.
December.
Yeah, they'll probably know what the results of the referendum, you know, the questions before the Fairfax voters are going to be by the time they take this on. So for my part, I do think the main purpose behind this short-term rental ordinance and the restrictions that are put onto it is to preserve housing stock. And much as I would like to please everybody, I think unless we go to that extreme that the planning director was talking about, where it's, you know, no restrictions whatsoever, you know, some people are not going to end up happy with what the structure looks like by the end of the town council's deliberations, probably. And, you know, so I don't know, that's my thoughts about the why we're here. Over, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. What's the problem we're trying to solve is number one on my list right now. So I'm collecting additional comments. So Commissioner Pfeffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have dinner yet either.
Yeah, for the what's the problem we're trying to solve, it's not just lack of housing stock for the specific space that's a short-term rental. It's housing affordability overall, because as studies show, the increased presence of short-term rentals leads directly to an increase in real estate prices. So it's harder for people to afford to live in these places. It leads to rent increases because you have some people who will own a house specifically on the assumption that they will get extra income from it. That income is factored into the price of housing. It makes housing less affordable to have short-term rentals. I'm very sympathetic for the idea that people want to stay in their homes and may not be able to afford it without the additional rental income. And I think that that's sort of a problem to be addressed with a more community-focused issue solution towards downsizing, which used to be a very common practice in the US and now is less because of the sort of commodification of housing. And we know the county's put out plenty of reports that our aging community is facing an eviction crisis due to the cost of housing. And this is going to exacerbate that. I think that's the problem that is being addressed by short-term housing regulations, especially in those districts that ban it outright if they're able to enforce it. And, you know, we heard a little bit about the hotels. It's also solving a problem for a business opportunity for the town. Perhaps the reason there's not a second hotel is because hundreds of people, thousands of people throughout the year are using short-term rentals instead of a hotel. And that income isn't just made up from a hotel users tax, because hotels also employ people. So you get local employment benefits, you get payroll tax, you get all sorts of extra tax revenue, just more for the county, for everywhere in the community that affects the whole community, other than just the hotel users tax. If there's going to be a tax to sort of even the playing field, it certainly should be higher than the hotel users tax to make up for all the other sources of town revenue that hotels provide. I've got plenty of other thoughts, but I just want to start with what's the problem we're solving.
Good point. Thank you. Commissioner Swift.
So I think the problem we're solving here, or the reason it was given to us, is either the council or staff, when they looked at registering short-term rentals, found that the initial regulations precluded some of the people from registering, either because the initial language didn't allow short-term rentals in some of our zoning areas, or because there were parking concerns with the original language. So that's why we have it again, is to look at making changes to it. I did have a question related to Commissioner Kelly's comment for staff, and then I have just my thoughts on what we have before us to put out there. So to Commissioner Kelly's example of somebody that has a garage and has a couple rooms on top of the garage, we also, I believe, have some requirements for lodging to be code compliant. Is that correct?
Correct. And those are in, just to be clear, those are, both of those concerns are really in the 5.57. There's actually a separate resolution that's the short-term rental program, which isn't, again, it's not a zoning code thing, but you can make a recommendation on it, but the town council would have to initiate that.
So for example, the potential for rooms over garage may not be code compliant. So from that perspective, that would be a different issue and not something that kind of we're talking about here, correct?
Correct. There is policy language that's been adopted by the town council, which you have to have a code compliant space in order for it to be used as a short-term rental.
So kind of my general thoughts on this as we go through it and what we saw tonight versus last month. One of the issues is just where we allow these, and it was limited beforehand. So with some of that, some of the individuals that came before us tonight potentially could register what they have if that was expanded. One of my concerns would be ADUs, JDUs, and you brought it up before, where we try and do that balance with maintaining our rental stock that the Planning Commission in 2017 recommended when we could first have the luxury of having local control. When the ADU, JDU regulations came out, we still had the ability to either allow or prohibit short-term rentals of ADUs and JDUs. So the Planning Commission recommended that unanimously to the council because of those concerns, and the council picked up on that. They didn't carry that over to their short-term rental regulations, but in fact, we've had that as a prohibition since 2017. And I think, when you look at striking that balance between affordable rental housing and the short-term rentals, I think that's appropriate. The other piece of that was getting clarity on renting out a duplex if you live on one side and the other side's vacant. What you're saying here is that the vacant one would have to have been occupied by a tenant to be able to use it. Because my other
Yeah.
concern is with the current, and somebody mentioned it, the current town's rent stabilization and renter protections, that we're seeing people not rent out the unit if they live in one and they have the one next, the other part of the duplex is vacant. They're going to prefer short-term rentals in a lot of cases or leave it vacant totally. But again, that's an issue complicated by the town's ordinance, but that's still an issue of maintaining rental stock. A commenter brought up the issue of parking, which is another of my concerns, where in here it talks about one car for 4 individuals renting a short-term rental. But in a lot of cases, you may have, like on Dominga, 3 people renting the unit, a short-term rental, and they're all coming in separate cars. So how do we address that? How do we address that on streets like Dominga that already is restricted in parking on one side? And that's why I kind of brought up the idea of involving somehow the community's input. If you're looking at waivers for some of this, how do we take that into consideration? Now, that obviously wouldn't even be a waiver situation if you're looking at one car for 4 renters or 4 people, if they're all being there, coming there in separate cars. So I think that's a concern for me as well, because it does impact the community.
Can I interrupt
Okay,
you?
thank you.
Commissioner Swift?
One second, Commissioner Newton. I think Commissioner Petroni, you want to say something?
I do, but it's off topic, and so I don't want to.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't understand when you asked us to cover each of the issues, if what you were asking for was each commissioner to run through all their issues like Commissioner Swift is doing, or if you were going to ask one question at a time and get answers from all of us as to each question in order, because Commissioner Swift just covered a whole lot of different things. And what I was hoping we wouldn't do tonight is go all over the place and everybody express all these different things, but rather focus it. I apologize, Commissioner Swift, but I thought that what I heard the chair say was that we would take the first question about why are we here, and then take the next question about the owner occupied issues, and then take the next question about the commercial zoning, and then take the next question about parking. Could you help me understand, Chair, what you expect us to do right now?
Yes, I will. Thank you. You are correct. So what I'm trying to do is first solicit everybody's initial thoughts, what's important and why. I'm keeping tabs on those. We might want to discuss some of them. Some commissioners will be more lengthy than others, and that's okay. I'll bring them back. I'll summarize them. And then I think what's on here, I want to then go back to the document and go through the document to see what would need to be done to address those comments. Because if it's only a discussion, then we're never going to get to the point that we might make a recommendation. And if we only go to the document, then we can't have a decent discussion. So just for sorting out the high level, what are the real things that are important? And I think you've provided some. I think everybody has provided some, except Commissioner Petroni and Commissioner Bella. Petroni first.
Just to add to that list of future discussion items, one thing I'd like to talk about is the HUT tax and its rate, because I think it represents a really great opportunity for staff as they sort of get a better handle of what the administrative and enforcement costs and time commitment is to potentially cover some of that potential increase if there is any, right? So I think right now Fairfax is the lowest TOT/HUT rate in the county. Most towns are at 12%, some are at 14%. And so I think there's an opportunity there to sort of make staff's life easier. So that's what I'd like to add to the agenda.
Thanks. Bella?
Yeah, just wanted to reiterate the concern, or like to add to the discussion about parking. So Commissioner Newton brought it up, but I think it's an important topic we should discuss.
Thank you. So what I have, so the first thing, right, is what's the problem we're trying to solve? And I think what we have here, those are two conflicting interests. And I think the planning director pointed it out in one of the earlier slides. You don't want to completely make it illegal, but you can't let it free either. There's a balance between the two opposites. And the two opposites, I think, are that if you don't regulate it, there's a risk that you get a commercial takeover, a runaway, in which case, and that has happened to communities, where it becomes a commercial enterprise to have short-term rentals displacing the local population. And at the same time, and that was mentioned as well, you would increase the housing cost overall, and you would reduce the affordable housing that is on the market. And mostly that could be ADUs, it could be any kind of forms. So that's why you cannot keep it unregulated. On the other side, what I've heard and what I have written down, you don't want to be discriminatory where some people are able to rent their house when they don't need it and others are not. So you want to make it possible to do it. For instance, if you have a pool house and you're not using it, you might want to have your family in there, but maybe you want to rent it out. And there's a whole other list of those. So the purpose, I think the problem we're trying to solve is within all these possibilities, where is that balance? And I think we all understand those two opposites. I don't think we have to talk about those too long. We know what can happen if it goes wrong. And we know that we don't want to make it completely illegal, because then you would be hurting a lot of people for no good reason. So that purpose becomes complicated only because we have single family homes, we have duplexes, ADUs, JADUs, we have bedrooms, we have pool houses, we have commercial property, and there's probably one, and we have multifamily property. And each one, you could make a regulation where each one is different, but that would be very burdensome. Anyway, to keep it at that point, so I think the purpose, we know what the purpose is. We need to find exactly that balance point. How we get there, we'll come to that back. I think the other things that I have on the list here is, I think Commissioner Newton mentioned it, Commissioner Swift mentioned that. Parking is a problem. It's just saying that it's not, this doesn't solve it. So you have to be able to provide a way for those guests to put their cars in. I think the ADUs, JADUs, to keep them in the rental stock is something that's been mentioned by a couple of commissioners. I think the tax level, that is a suggestion that stands all by itself, sorry. And I have seen that both that whole story about the commercial rental was mentioned by Commissioner Kelly as well. And I think Commissioner Kelly made an interesting suggestion how to change a piece of the language that might address this overall problem, which is, and that's something that came up by staff initially, the understanding of what is proposed. And that was a little bit flabbergasting to me as well. What is proposed is that you can only have a short-term rental if you are occupying the space itself. Meaning, if you have an JADU that you don't use except for your family, sit otherwise empty, you would not be allowed to make it an STR. That's an odd suggestion. And then you get the same problem with a duplex. And so I think you can't solve that riddle, because then what do you do with a bedroom? A bedroom. If you have a bedroom in the house that you don't sleep in, is that then occupied or not? It becomes very complicated. So and I think this was mentioned as well by somebody in the public, but so that doesn't solve it. Now, I think the reason why you don't want, and it comes back to the ADU, JADU question mostly, the reason why you would not like to make those STRs is because that means that most of them, many of them automatically are removed from the housing stock. And those tend to be units that are more affordable. So that's where the big conflict is. Duplexes might roll into that. That's my summary. And I have something to add to that that I have not heard by any of the other commissioners. And that's the reason why this happens. In a way, it's just a financial, it's a financial opportunity. It's a market-driven thing. So if you rent out an ADU full-time rental, you get, say, $2,000 for it. So you have annually, you have what, $25,000 income. If you rent it out as an ADU for 90 days in a year, 100 days, for $230, you also have $25,000. So in other words, you can make more money with an STR than with a permanent rental, amongst all the other differences. And that's why, and it has been mentioned, and in the staff report, that suggestion is flagged as not recommended. But I think that's why a lot of municipalities set a maximum limit on how many days a year you're allowed to use an STR. Because that makes it impossible, or not impossible, but it balances the market forces between a permanent and a temporary. Now, it's been mentioned in our prior meeting before. I think it was brought up by a few commissioners. I would like to bring that back on the table and combine it with the suggestion from Commissioner Kelly, where you, I'm both doing both. I'm synthesizing it and putting my own opinion here. So bear with me, but please respond to it later. I think if you combine all those things, you change the regulation so that that occupied means that the property is occupied, meaning you cannot have a duplex and have both of them empty and rent them out as STRs. No, but if you live there, you can do the other. Same for ADUs, same for bedrooms. So comes in the same. But you limit it to, and I remember from the staff report that currently what is seen that STRs are rented between 30 and 180 days. So set it at the maximum, 180 days. That allows, apparently, it's unlikely that an STR would be rented full-time by private individuals, but that's where you go back to the commercial aspect of it. The big thing to prevent is that properties are being bought up to become STRs exclusively. That's a very corrosive element. Anyway, with that, I'll leave it because it's taking up a lot of time.
Can I just make a clarification here? So there,
yes,
this is going to make it either more complicated or less complicated, but at the end of the day, you're going to need to divide what I have here is zoning changes, and a lot of the things you're talking about are not in the zoning code. For example, hotel user tax, not zoning code, occupancy of a unit, and that's under property eligibility, and that's in a resolution. That's part of the program requirements for STR. That's also not a zoning code issue. So anyway, there's living on the property versus living in the unit. That's not a zoning code issue. So you need to, at the end of the day, we're going to need to kind of divide those into the two categories, because your legal responsibility is to make a recommendation on the zoning code. Hey, council, here's some suggestions on what you might consider is in another category. You're not obligated to do that, but you're welcome to do that. And the council could kind of choose to take it up or not. Same thing with the zoning code. They don't have to necessarily listen to you, but you have more authority when it comes to the zoning ordinance versus some of these other changes you're talking about.
So can I make a suggestion then? Why don't you go down the items that are applicable to the zoning code that we have to discuss and talk about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are in the ordinance that's attached. So the first one is parking. So, and that would be, I wish I would have put page numbers on this.
May I suggest that the staff report summarizes the items that you are actually planning to change in zoning
Yep.
code. I think that's shorter language, a little
So
easier
the,
to digest.
so the definition, so the first thing would be the definition of a short-term rental and just simply crossing out the word single family. And so then what that would allow you to do is default to the chapter 5.57, which is where we have the property eligibility section. So it wouldn't just have to be in a single family home, basically.
Whoops, can you repeat that last?
Yeah, so the first change is on page 3 of the staff report is to simply change the definition of short-term rental by crossing out the word single family. And so that would still prohibit it in ADUs after January 1st, 2020. So this is the place where if you wanted to change that to 2017, you would do that. So that's the first decision point. If you want to just go down the list, is do you want to keep it at 2020 or change it to 2017
Well,
as Commissioner Swift is suggesting?
I think the first item is to make sure that by crossing out single family, you achieve the goal. That means all properties are thereby eligible to be STRs or to contain STRs, correct?
Correct.
Duplexes, a unit in a multifamily property.
Correct.
So
It's independent of the property eligibility section, which is referenced in chapter 5.57, but
Right.
it gives you the ability to do that. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. And I believe that is what the commissioners intend that's going to happen. Let's confirm that first. If somebody doesn't agree, I see a hand, Commissioner Newton. Oh,
Well, I don't know, I've lost track of why I raised my hand because we've gone way past
okay.
what I was gonna talk about, but so if you want to just take a yay or nay on 2017 versus 2020, I could weigh in on that.
Well, if everybody agrees with the prior, then yes, definitely. Go ahead.
I would say leave it at 2020. I disagree with Commissioner Swift about changing it to 2017.
Okay, I would change it to 2017. And that's to me, that's part of that balance act with maintaining rentals and what the planning commission had done initially.
May I ask, I think the reason that we set that limit on the time is not because we want it, because it's state mandated.
It was state mandated in 2020, but the town prohibited it in 2017.
Understood, but I think the attempt by this article is to allow any residence or portion thereof, so that overrules what was decided further. This is the new proposed language. If the state would not prohibit ADUs to be used as STRs after 2020, we probably wouldn't even put it in here. That would be my interpretation.
And just to be clear, the intent behind that state law was because there was a state law that was enacted that made the construction of duplexes much easier, right? And that was a housing production.
Yeah.
That was a housing production goal, right? And so I understand the reasoning for that, and so I would also be in favor of keeping it at 2020.
Anybody else on the way in?
Yeah, also in favor of aligning with state law, keeping it from after 2020.
I am not in favor of expanding the housing properties that can be operated as short-term rentals. Realize I'm in the minority here. I've not heard any compelling reason.
So that I understand, you would like ADUs not to be able to rent out as STRs whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more limited version, and frankly, home swapping is not necessarily a commercial activity. You're just swapping homes and not collecting rent as a business, is the idea of using the space in your house where you live productively when you're not occupying it, expanding it beyond that. It's not addressing the original point of letting people make sure that their homes are always productively used.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the notion of, rewriting the guidelines around the property owner has to inhabit the property sort of, avoids the common pitfall of STRs, which is, someone purchasing, buying, developing a property exclusively for short-term rental. If our ordinance requires that the property owner is on the property, not necessarily in the building, I think it sort of reduces the risk for the sort of worst possible outcomes of STR flexibility.
Just to respond to that quick. Oh,
I'm going to say this is a really delicate balancing act because some of the arguments depend on the answers to some of the subsequent questions, right? The owner occupied issue potentially plays into it. And, so I just think that, some of these arguments kind of depend on where we go with the rest of the questions.
yeah, I just want to point out that my point on efficiently using the property as housing does not consider the ADU not regularly in use inefficient use. I mean, that's why we have planning in general. Is so in homes, the idea is that people are living there and using it as a home. So all the ADU, I understand if somebody's living in the house and wants it as a short-term rental, it's more effectively using the ADU, but it's not more effectively using the property as a whole when it could instead be occupied by somebody that's going to use all of the space as a long-term housing, including the ADU.
Commissioner Pepper, can I ask you a question? Would you have a different reaction to the situation where you're renting a room out in a house that you live in, your single family house, you have an extra bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, and you've got a separate entrance, and you rent that out? I mean, that room could be a rental, doesn't have to have a kitchen, right?
Right.
It doesn't have to have a kitchen to be a rental. People can rent rooms in a house. So I'm just wondering if you feel the same way about something that doesn't qualify as an ADU or a JADU. I mean, if I have a single family house with 3 bedrooms and 2 baths and I rent out as a short-term rental, 1 bedroom and 1 bath, even though I can't live in 2 rooms at once, I'm in 1 bedroom. You know what I mean? Does that raise the same issues in your mind?
In my mind, that it still turns on why is it a short-term rental as opposed to a long-term rental? If it's a room in your house, why are you not occupying it only for short bursts of 30 days or less, as opposed to having it part of the town's long-term housing stock or affordable housing stock?
So I think Commissioner Newton mentioned, but all these things are interrelated. Maybe then the question we would need to answer first is, and I think this is why the planning commissioner proposed that STRs can only be established if the space is occupied, meaning the long-term renter of the ADU can use it as any in that sense. So I presume that is why it was limited to that, because that makes it impossible that housing units are removed from the market by becoming an STR.
Right, it's got to be a space that is occupied some of the other time.
Right.
Otherwise, you're just taking something that can be occupied 365 days of the year and having
So
it some.
is that correct? Is that a
Well,
fair?
there is a little bit of, I mean, we're getting way into the weeds here, but there is a little, the definition of residential unit does include JADUs and ADUs that are built prior to 2020. So those could be used as short-term rentals.
If they are occupied.
If the primary dwelling unit is occupied. So
If the
you could have-
primary is
you
occupied.
could have a primary unit that's occupied. If there's a ADU or JADU associated with that, those could be used as short-term rentals side by side with the permanent resident.
Okay.
That is allowed under the definition of residential
Okay.
unit. I know it's very
That's very
wonky
important
and
detail.
technical. And then there's that exclusion for units that are built after January 1st, 2020, because that's consistent with state law.
Thank you for that. No, that's a very important detail.
Yep.
So the only conflict or the only issue is left is a duplex.
It's a duplex
So-
because a duplex is considered a
Two
residential unit.
units.
So then that
Yeah.
is where the
Correct.
line is crossed.
Yeah,
to
so
speak.
it's a definition thing. So if you have a building with two spaces and it is built and it is, you call it the residence and the ADU. The ADU can be an STR, but if you have that same building, but it's called a duplex, then
Yes, there's
that-
a fine line there. that
I know,
you
it's an
cross it.
important detail because right, so 'cause that means if you keep the definition that you had it in the report, then I think it addresses the issue that was brought up by Commissioner Pfeffer. The only problem you run into is with a duplex, but that's a standalone problem. It's not for a bedroom.
Correct.
It's not if the unit wasn't a residential unit. It's not if it is a multifamily house. It only affects the duplex. That would be the standalone
Correct.
problem.
Well, what about the mixed use scenario that we heard about with the office and the residential unit sharing the same building? I mean, there, are we going to say if the owner is occupying the office, or does the unit need to be, even though it's not a duplex, it's a mixed use property?
It's pretty similar to duplex though, in terms of how you think about it, because it would be right now you couldn't do it because you'd have to occupy the residential unit.
Occupy the residence in order to run the short-term rental. Okay, thanks.
Okay, that might be solved a little later. I think this clarifies what's going on here. So if we go back to where we started this, was item number 1, the change to strike single family from the code. As an interim decision, I think that we agree that that's okay to do, and that the other issues will have to be resolved in later sections.
I'm sorry, so if we do that and we strike out single family residence or portion, what does that then allow?
That then allows, it creates any type of dwelling unit to be eligible as a short-term rental. I mean, there's other restrictions that apply, but so it could be, it could be a duplex unit, it could be an ADU built prior to 2020, it could be a condo, it could be an apartment, it could be any of those type of units.
So it could be an apartment, but again, we're talking duplexes as a different issue where somebody lives in one unit and then has the second unit. So does that striking out single family?
No, because
Or do we address duplexes differently somewhere else?
Yeah, where that gets picked up is there. I can bring it up if it's useful, but I have the other. I have the resolution that is not in the zoning ordinance. That's called property eligibility. I mean, if you wanted to see that and how that's worded, would that be helpful?
I recommend we do that later. I think the duplex is an issue
Yeah, it's kind
by
of a duplex.
itself.
It's a separate, yeah.
So maybe we solve the body first
Okay.
and get through this, and then we can cycle back to talk about duplexes, because it seems to be maybe combined with commercial zone, because that seems to be a standalone problem.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Commissioner Swift?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I believe that in that same item number 1, we keep the year 2020. I think Commissioner Swift, you're the only one that wanted to change it. Go ahead.
No, I still stand with changing it to 2017. Because again, to the discussion that we had earlier was, 2020 made ADUs and JDUs be easier to build. That started in 2017 as well. So 2017, you're getting ADU, JDU legislation every year and making changes. So it was easier to build them as well in 2017. So I don't think that's a reason to keep it at 2020. I still go back and I may be in the minority, but I still go back to having that balance of keeping our affordable rental stock. And by leaving it at 2020, you're still missing 3 years there of ADUs, JADUs built before that could be used as short-term rentals versus being used as rental stock. But again, I may be in the minority here.
I think Commissioner Pfeffer agreed with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Laws change all the time for people's investments that affects their value. So I don't understand why it would turn on when housing development laws changed. It's like we don't do this for any other industry where laws can change and affect the value of what you put your money in.
Commissioner Bella?
Yeah, just want to point out that just based upon the folks who came tonight to speak from the members of the public, nearly everyone is advocating for more flexibility in ADUs because, despite what the points you're bringing up around impact on housing costs, we are in a housing crisis that goes far beyond the impact of STR's, role in the broader housing crisis. And I would say, just based upon what we've heard from folks tonight, that the utility of the STRs in allowing folks to stay in their home, to allow family to stay, to generate some income so that older residents in Fairfax can stay in places they've been for a long time, far outweighs the sort of potential conceptual risk of raising housing prices by allowing the flexibility of STRs.
But I think from most of the people that we heard from today, it was because what they were doing was in a zone that initially did not allow short-term rentals. So a lot of the folks are, let's say, renting out a spare bedroom periodically. There were a few folks were in that situation. It wasn't an ADU, JADU, or the issues were parking, but it was mostly renting out what they were already doing within their home.
Yeah, I'm
We're
looking
not
forward
trying
to
to
get
solve-
into the parking topic.
But if we're in a housing crisis, why exacerbate the issue?
Well, I would agree with Commissioner Bella that a little bit more flexibility, and this is just a 3-year, it's just a little bit more. And so from my perspective, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Pepper, Commissioner Swift, hey, this should apply across the board. But frankly, the state law doesn't apply retroactively to these 3 years. And I think it's just a little bit more flexibility. And regardless of whether specific people have raised this, it opens the door just a little bit to more people. So that's why I'm in favor of it.
Okay, in the interest of time, just a quick poll. 2020, hands up. 2017, hands up. 1. Okay, we keep 2020 and we move on because it's an important issue, but I think we have bigger fish to fry. It's only 2 years or 3 years difference. Correct. Absolutely. So item 2. Yeah, well, that's what I'm following the what's in the staff report, item 1, item 2, allowing the STRs in any zoning districts. This is the next item, right?
Sorry, the recommendation would be to add it to the RD 5.5-7, the RM, the CL, CH, and CC, and that would capture all the miscellaneous residential units that we have in town.
Correct.
And then the question with that is that right now, the way that we would add it to the same language to the accessory uses and structures section, which is in the italicized text on page 3, which is short-term rental uses that include only one short-term rental unit per property. So as that's worded, if you had an apartment complex, you could only have one short-term rental unit in the apartment complex. So if we wanted to, I mean, that could be fine, or if we wanted to allow more flexibility, that would also be acceptable. Or as it's worded now, it would only allow one short-term rental per property. So
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that seems pretty arbitrary, right? For example, if it was a 20-unit apartment building and your neighbor happens to have gotten on Airbnb first, I mean, why shouldn't you be able to too, right?
Right. I know. And this is just occurring to me tonight. So that's why I'm bringing it up, is if we wanted to change that.
If we're
could.
going to go with apartments, then we need to change the language here from property. And then I assume that when we get into the chapter 5, where it's all the business regulations, part of that requires if somebody in an apartment wants to do this, that they come in and register and they have something that shows that the apartment owner allowed them to do that, correct?
Yes, I would have to look at that carefully to make sure that we're covered in here, but I believe that's the case.
Because if we're allowing apartments, that's something new that wouldn't have been allowed before. So potentially the business chapter would not have addressed what the requirements are to bring in something
Right.
from the.
There's
apartment
lots of
building.
single family homes that are rented that also have short-term rentals. So it's not just an apartment thing.
Okay, so the rented single family homes already have to bring in something that shows that the owner. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
I have a suggestion, maybe instead of, I mean, what you want to somewhat control, if it's a 20 apartment building, you want to somewhat control that the whole thing not simultaneously becomes a short-term rental, but you don't want to be arbitrary. Maybe it wants to be a percentage instead of just one unit.
I don't think that sounds fair. I think if we're deciding that it has to be short-term rented out, the host has to be the occupant, the renter, the yearly renter. I agree. I don't think it sounds at all fair that if one person or even 3 of the apartments have short-term rentals, that somebody else can decide, well, hey, I'm going to go to Europe for Christmas. I want to see if I can do a short-term rental, but I'm too late because the other people in my building already did it. I think we should just let, if you've got 20 units, the chances of all 20 units going up for short-term rental on the same weekend, maybe, but it seems slim. And then what's the big deal, even if it does happen?
Right, because they would have to be occupied by permanent tenants, so that would solve it. So can I make a suggestion on language, just so we can throw that into the consideration? We could simply say, we could strike some words here and say short-term rental use is contained within an existing structure permitted for residential use as long as that structure is not an ADU, JADU established after January 1st, 2020. That would be the ad. So we would just cross that out. That says 1 unit per property.
It sounds good.
Any objections?
Again, just exacerbating the housing affordability crisis of increasing the areas in which you can have short-term rentals. It's a little ironic in this circumstances because the research says that the effect is lower in a more urban environment and it gets worse the more rural the community for short-term rental. So right now we have like upland residential where you can have it in not the downtown where I think it makes more sense, but as a hotel. And I just want to point out, especially as we come to the rentals, that we've heard from the public, all of whom want to earn income from this. And we're not hearing from everybody who's no longer in the community because they've been evicted or they've just had to move out because housing was not affordable here anymore. It's very limiting. Again, the Marin County report on the aging crisis says that 80% of homeless senior citizens are homeless because they could no longer afford their cost of living in their houses in Marin County.
I mean, just going back to big picture, why we're in housing crisis is because we in the county have been underbuilding housing for 20 years, not because people are able to offer short-term rentals. So I think I would argue that the impact of short-term rental compared to other macro forces shaping, housing crisis is far exceeds the impact in terms of housing affordability here.
So why would we only do the one solution? Like what? For any problem, are we only going to use the best solution or every tool in the toolbox?
Got to build more housing, more flexibility.
So can I ask a question? Can you repeat how you?
I would just simply strike the words that include only one short-term rental per property, and then I think the rest of the language would stand. So this is added to the list of accessory uses and structures.
Okay, can I ask kind of a general question about apartments?
Sure.
So I guess like an apartment owner, we have a few large apartments, can limit within their own building how many units are allowed to do short-term rentals. But how does that, when we get into, and I'm just thinking ahead, the parking aspect that we're looking at for renting
Yeah, you'd have
apartments as short-term rentals.
you would have to have extra parking, the way that our parking regulations are written.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's actually another component to that, of course. If an owner of a multifamily residential unit, if they would allow a lot of simultaneous STRs, that becomes quite a nightmarish. So there's another party in between. So there's buffers. Just to finish up, Commissioner Pfeffer, I was going to ask you, I understand your concern, but what would you propose?
No short-term rentals.
Whatsoever.
Plenty of jurisdictions have an outright ban. Why are we, if we're being asked to consider how many zones in our zoning plan allow for short-term rentals, I would recommend 0 zones.
Okay, and the council is not asking us whether we think all short-term rentals should be prohibited in Fairfax. I hear what you're saying about if you had your choice, obviously, how many of these zones would you pick? None. But I think the question for us is, would we expand it to these other zones? Not would we now take the 3 zones that it's allowed in and strike that, right? So I think, if we're limiting your recommendation to that question that's been posed, Commissioner Pfeffer, you're just saying don't expand it to the other zones, right?
Right. And to be clear, my understanding of the question as it came from the town was if it was asking what we think is a priority, and it said policy, it listed a whole bunch of policy considerations, one of which was protecting rental housing supply. So I think informing our recommendation, paying attention to that policy consideration, which was one of the things they considered when originally adopting the short-term housing ordinance, was we are not saying complete flexibility in everybody because that is still a policy consideration. And my point is that it's still addressing their request to emphasize that policy consideration. But to your point, yes, and this if the question is strictly what zones do we expand it to, I would say keep it as is.
I would respond to that I think it's a matter of equity. If an RS6 is allowed to do it, why not an RD 5.5? And so that it's either one or the other to me, because otherwise you're unequally divvying it up.
But that's the case for all of the zoning differences, for between commercial use, limited commercial use, you're privileging the people who bought property in the less restrictive zone for what types of businesses they can operate. I think there's always, in any zoning plan, there's always going to be differences depending on what zone you live in. And I think that's part of town planning. I don't think there should be no rentals. I also like the idea of hotels, but the town should be balancing residential use, hotel use for tourism or short-term use, and business use. Like we heard from somebody who has a mixed-use business property. I think that's great, and I think the town should have more of those. But I don't think it's privileging the person who has the house downtown to be able to have that mixed-use property and then say we should expand that to upland residential zone 10.
Any other comments?
Or to say I'm in favor of expanding to these other districts just based upon, the principle of equity and fairness, and actually, further flexibility for what's a really strong and clear kind of market demand and a need from current residents in the town to have that flexibility.
I would concur. And because I don't necessarily agree with Commissioner, the suggestion that we allow owner occupation of the property as opposed to owner occupation of the unit to be the criteria. I'm trying to weigh those checks and balances, and I hear you, Commissioner Pfeffer, but I'm just trying to think about how to, keep an even set of rules for everybody that theoretically, allows for a long-term rental that could occasionally become a short-term rental. Over.
But maybe the solution, it probably, using the zoning district to try to regulate is probably the wrong mechanism. If you want to control the overall existence of STRs, you probably need a different tool. This tool is just by being equal to the degree possible.
A very, very limited point. I think this is actually the easiest tool to enforce, because it's a lot more difficult to enforce whether or not the owner is occupying the unit or the property than it is to enforce is the property in this zone or not.
That's true, but I think at this point in time, what still stands is that you cannot rent out an empty property as an STR. I mean, that is an overall. So I think that I think that's a much more stronger, solid control than arbitrarily divvy it up between zoning districts.
Unless it's an ADU or a JADU?
Correct, unless if an ADU or a JADU are considered to be like a bedroom in a house. That was the detail that the planning director illustrated. So not a duplex, which is a problem by itself. The zoning was an issue, but if we allow the commercial zones to be in this area, then that solves that problem. So then it just stands the duplex. And so that limits the number of ADUs and JADUs that can, no, I'm wrong. Sorry, take that back. I was going off in the wrong direction there. But that is currently what it is. So it would not affect multifamily housing. It would not affect any other type of housing. It would only possibly reduce the number of ADUs available on the market. And that would be the downfall of this, or the downside.
Just the ones created prior to 2020 though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, other comments? Commissioner Kelly.
How would it affect the mom and pop company, I guess, that I know of, that have been operating essentially a bed and breakfast for 20 plus years up in the hills of Fairfax? Could they still operate? That are
What's
renting a portion of their house, right?
room in their house?
Yeah, it's portions, what, you know, whether it's a small bedroom and bathroom that are removed from their house, or an actual bedroom within their house, which I know that they do both. Would they still be able to do those things, or are they now gonna not be able to do that anymore?
The planning director, could you answer that question for us?
Well, I think we prior to 2022, we weren't regulating short-term rentals, so we could have had something going on for 50 years.
Right.
But we've decided, the town council made a decision in 2022 to adopt regulations, so it's quite possible that they would no longer be able to do it unless they could meet all the zoning code requirements.
Yeah. I think that, you know, and that's the population that I'm concerned about, right? That's why I think that definition of property, occupying the property rather than the unit is essential, and that expanding to all zones within the town is also essential.
Well, let me, if I may, I just follow up on the response from the planning director. I would interpret the example that was given that the owner is renting out an ADU and a JADU, because that would be an ADU
There's no kitchen.
Well, then it is a bedroom, which is allowed.
But the bedroom in the house is one thing, but then if there's a bedroom, let's say on top of a garage, that's a different thing. And then that also gets back to whether that meets zoning code.
But that would be the ADU. So in theory, it's allowed. It's just not allowed to have multiple units, because then it becomes a hotel, a bed and breakfast. You're not allowed to build a motel either.
So let me ask the question of staff on that, with the example of hypothetically a room and a bathroom over a garage. Does that necessarily make that an ADU? We don't know until we looked at.
It's possible that they don't have permits for that. So in that case, it wouldn't qualify.
Okay, but
assuming they have, go ahead, sorry.
If I have a house and I have a garage, and there's a bedroom over the garage that meets all building code requirements, has a bathroom, doesn't necessarily have a kitchenette or kitchen counter and all the stuff that would make it an ADU or a JADU, and it was there before 2020, Well, it's irrelevant whether it was there before 2020 if it doesn't qualify as an ADU or a JADU. It's a room, but it's not inside the structure of the residence I live in. Help me understand why that would be ineligible for short-term rental.
It sounds like we would have to look at the individual case. I mean, I don't know if I want to keep answering these hypotheticals because we've ruled out a lot of it. There's many properties that get ruled out because of parking. They may not have building permits. It's like there's a variety of different reasons why properties are getting ruled out. So it'd be hard to answer on a hypothetical.
Okay, but the issues that we have talked about tonight, it's not occupied by the owner, right? It's not an occupied unit. So that's something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's also outside of a current zone that is acceptable. So both those things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not hypothetical.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like we would have to look at the definition of what constitutes a dwelling and see if it would fit within there.
Yeah, I would surmise that a lot of it is semantics, but if you have the difference between an ADU, a JADU, or a bedroom in your house that you rent out is not relevant because the main property is occupied for means of how this language is set up. And then if you have an odd piece that would be only a room, but maybe not an ADU, well, that becomes an unanswerable question. That would be indeed probably case by case. But so in theory, in most cases, the answer that I see, it would be yes, you can have a bedroom or a JADU or an ADU that is empty. You can decide to make it an STR as long as it's your house where that other piece is, or your property, your house that you occupy, where that piece is. And I think that's the beauty of that piece of regulation, because that prevents misuse, but it allows a lot of these smaller operations to do exactly what they do.
If it's an ADU, JADU before 2020.
Of course, always understood before 2020. And it also does potentially take away, as Commissioner Pfeffer says, a unit that otherwise may or may not have been a permanent unit, but we don't know that. There's many that wouldn't be that way. In the interest of time, I believe that not every commissioner agrees with it, but I believe the majority agrees with that all these districts would need to be included and be allowed. Maybe we'll do a hands up. Who thinks that's correct? That is item number 2. Do we add the other zones? Oh, I guess Commissioner Pfeffer, you're the only one against. All right. Is that an answer to your request? Okay, then good.
In terms of the zoning code, let's get through the zoning code first. We just have parking left. So I thought that last one was going to be the easy one. So
yes, it's not the last.
This is the hard one.
Are you kidding?
No, this is an easy one. But we have one more.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think regarding the parking, so that's item number 3 in the list here. I think we have heard different comments on it. I think in general, there is a desire to make it possible, if it's not entirely compliant, but neither completely scratch the parking requirement. Before I go on, I believe Commissioner Newton would like to say something, maybe on the prior topic. Go ahead.
No, I want to say something about parking. So when you're done.
Oh, okay. Sure. Oops. So I think there needs to be a requirement. And then I think what this section proposes is to allow for, what is it called? It's not a variance, it's allowing for a waiver. So typically you would need to have the parking, but the planning director in his discretion may waive the
Mhm.
requirement.
And the reason to use the waiver is just it was already in the code, so something that we could just use an existing tool that we have. And it would be, and just to clarify, I want to answer Brett or Commissioner Kelly's question on appeal. The way that the Fairfax code is structured, all appeals go straight to the town council. It's like it doesn't matter what it is; it always goes to the town council.
No, that's good because that would work both ways, right? If
Yeah,
an applicant
it
feels
gives
they
people
should
a
be
faster
allowed,
answer. Yeah,
yeah, and or if neighbors see there's a big problem, they can do the same thing. And
Mhm.
yeah, that's
So, oh, go ahead. So along those lines of parking, we've talked about apartments. So what this is saying is that one apartment would need to have one parking space for 4 visitors at a
Mhm.
time.
Mhm.
Okay. And we've talked, which, if you've got 20 of them doing it at the same time, I don't know how that's going to work, but
Mhm. Yeah,
whatever.
it might rule out a lot of them. You might just not be able to do it because most apartments are already kind of what maxed out on parking, so they may not have that extra parking space, and so then they would have to go through the waiver process also.
Okay, so which would be interesting for an apartment building, but so for the case of like Dominga, where the parking's already tight and restricted,
Mhm.
and there's STRs there. When we look at this from the standpoint of one parking space for 4 guests, up to 4 guests,
Mhm.
but you can have an STR that has 4 people staying there and they're all driving in their own car. How do you address that? And how do you bring in, because we have a lot of areas that the parking's already restricted. How do you bring in the neighbors into this process so that they have a voice when they're looking at their neighborhood with those types of things?
Yeah, I think we would have to introduce a notification process.
Notification process for anybody applying for a short-term rental in the neighborhood, or
No,
ones that don't
just
have
parking, just
sufficient.
for parking. Yeah.
So anybody that requires parking, which is one parking space for 4 visitors, wouldn't necessarily, because that wouldn't require a waiver or anything. That's what we're saying
Right,
is
that would-
okay.
Yeah, right now we have a ministerial process so if they have the parking and they meet all the requirements, they would just go straight to registration. Now, if they need a waiver from the parking, that's where we could introduce the notification process to the neighbors. But no, we are not recommending under any circumstance would we recommend notifying the world when a short-term rental goes in, because that would be a tremendous effort on staff and on staff's part and on part of the applicant.
And some of that might be covered in the other chapters too, as far as requirements, because I know there were requirements in there for the type of information you had to provide in your STR to the visitor and that type of thing. So I don't know.
Mhm. Yeah, right now you have to have the parking or you can't have the short-term rental.
And that would be the one parking off street.
Mhm. Correct. In
Okay.
addition to the parking that you already are required to have for the
Okay.
unit.
Quickly. So in this item, because first a question, the 4 guests is not in the proposed code change. So that is not in 175230, right? This what this proposes is to keep the language that a short-term rental must have. Oh, it's the 4 guests are in here.
It is
Sorry.
amended
Yeah,
a
it
little
is.
bit and
Must have
it's-
1, but then
and
four
it's
guests.
misworded.
Yeah. I
As
see it.
Commissioner Swift pointed out earlier, it should say short-term rentals must provide 1 parking space for or up to 4 guests. So that has to be the up to language added in there.
Right. So that's good. And then this article or section 2, that is where the waivers are regulated. So it is possible, and I think that's specifically important on more downtown, more urban areas. You are indicating what could be a reason to provide a waiver.
Mhm.
And I think we have some, I have some comments on those, but I think other commissioners have too. So let's start with Commissioner Pfeffer at the very end.
Yeah.
Can I make one clarification first? Because I just want to make sure that we fully understand that.
Please go ahead.
So what they would have to do is look at this list and go, okay, here are some rationale that we could use to request the waiver. But then after they would apply, we would be, the planning director or, planning staff would be making a decision on whether to grant that waiver. But in order to grant that waiver, we would have to make findings. And so the findings are just, can I do I'm going to do a share screen here. And here under the section 17.044. So we would have to make these findings. The waiver is necessary. There's no alternatives. It's not detrimental to the health or safety of the public. So those are kind of the protections that are kind of built into the code to make sure that we aren't just willy-nilly giving a waiver if it's going to have a big impact on the community.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep. Anyway,
Commissioner Pfeffer.
Just 2 points. One for Commissioner Swift's question that you addressed, I think, on notifying nearby neighbors and your comment that it's not practical to notify the whole world. Could we get what?
Oh, I'm just saying I didn't want to, I thought what she was implying was maybe going for any short-term rental.
Yeah.
However, if you wanted to introduce that process into the parking waiver, I think we could entertain that. It's not currently in the language, but we could add that in if you wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking more for any short-term rental point, because we would not, an alternative to notifying people is just having a registry that you look at on the town website is period. I think my neighbor is doing a short-term rental and it's causing me a bunch of parking issues. Let me just check the list and see if they're there. And then for the parking waivers, I think it does not make sense to me why we would bring back a waiver that requires a conditional use permit for this, because the whole point of this exercise is to not have conditional use permits. Like I was reminded from Commissioner Kelly's example that he was using of the bed and breakfast he knows, and they're free to operate a bed and breakfast. Anybody can operate anything like this, so long as they, as there's currently a process, get a conditional use permit for that use. So if we are entertaining a parking waiver process for the short-term rentals, why at that point, if they're already coming to us for a conditional use permit, would we not say, hey, you should just have a conditional use permit for, you fall into the category of hotel, bed and breakfast or whatever, and then you're already in the hotel users tax regime. There's like the town's municipal code has had provisions for this for a very long time. And the reason why this is something different is because in theory, the short-term rentals don't require a conditional use permit and thus don't fall under the hotel category, and that don't have to follow the section of the code for hotel occupancy tax. So I think if we're going to have a waiver, I would suggest don't if you would rather have a waiver, do this other system. I think we should only be extending short-term rentals to properties that we don't think should come before the council for a conditional use or before the commission for a conditional use permit.
So Commissioner Swift, then Commissioner Bella.
So, the change on short-term rentals must provide one parking space for every 4 guests. I would like to see that clarified so that it's clear that it's on the property and not on the street. So it's clear to folks. And then my question on the waiver is, does the waiver give you a CUP? I mean, it's just waiving a requirement.
Correct.
And potentially in that case, if somebody's coming in for a waiver because they don't have the parking, so it could be something, and it could be something that it's not, a legal sized parking space that they have, which is one thing, but
That's a good example. Yeah.
but it could also be that there just isn't any parking. I think some of those reasons to me would be good to get neighbor input.
Mhm.
Through the chair, Commissioner Newton has had her hand raised. for
Commissioner
quite some
Newton,
time.
you go after Commissioner Bella. Apparently I was unfair. Commissioner Newton, you want to take the first spot?
Yeah, don't be unfair to me. I had my hand up even before you stopped your intro. But here's my thought about what we're talking about. The issue that Commissioner Swift just raised and others have talked about, when we look at these factors under number 2, A, B, C, D, E, F, there's one of them that jumps out at me as not being appropriate to include in that specific list. Because that list says if one or more of the following conditions exist and the findings can be met, then you can have the waiver. But I think the one that says the lack of parking, this is E, the lack of parking will not result in undue hardship on adjacent properties. I don't think that should be one. I think that should be if they can't demonstrate that the lack of parking will not result in undue hardship on adjacent properties and one or more of the following conditions exist. So I think you pull E out of the list and make it a standalone requirement. You're not going to grant this waiver if you can't make a finding that the lack of parking will not result in undue hardship on adjacent properties. And I think you even go beyond just adjacent properties and say neighboring properties. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think the parking topic is a big one, and a number of folks from the public have brought it up tonight. It sounds like from the waiver language, a lot of the concerns that were brought up tonight would be addressed by the waiver requirement or a condition that doesn't, non-standard parking requirements. So I think it addresses that. Someone else, brought up the concern around parking on Dominga and called out that there's a parking problem in Fairfax. I just want to maybe assert that, it may not be an issue of parking supply, but more of an issue of parking management, actually. I think if you really look holistically at how much parking we have in, a mile or a mile and a half of downtown, actually, there's quite a bit of parking, but I think the issue really is parking management. But that's a separate topic. I'm not going to go further into that. That's just a comment in response to the issue, calling out the issue as a parking problem, which I actually disagree with. I want to just, agree with Commissioner Kelly's concerns about what some of the waiver requirements seem rather subjective, and Commissioner Pfeffer's assertion that why have a waiver if we're trying to create a ministerial process in the first place that avoids CUP? Why then add this additional thing which is going to further slow down or burden the process, add to staff time, which is already kind of constrained. So actually, I want to put forth that this is an area of the ordinance and the zoning code where we actually might want to add quite a bit more flexibility. And the reasons for that, I appreciate Commissioner Pfeiffer's, backing up your assertions, even though we disagree about that, the issue that you're backing up your assertion with data, with science, with research about, what the impact of these policies are. And want to call out that there's a great deal of research today, actually, about the negative impact of off-street parking requirements on housing affordability. It's well known, well understood. Requiring, parking adds to housing costs. It makes it untenable for, residents who may not have the ability to build or provide that parking. And so if it's the case that we are focused on creating a sort of middle of the road regulatory framework for STRs, my sense is that we should strongly consider actually reducing or potentially eliminating off-street parking requirements for STRs, in part due to the great deal of in response to the great deal of research now that points out the negative impact on housing cost, housing availability by having off-street parking requirements.
Any other commissioners?
I just want to agree with Commissioner Bella real quick.
Okay. Done.
Very
Done.
good. I agree. No, I mean, this is I guess the point I was making for it. It is an incremental cost, and like just to back up what he's saying on the effects of on-street parking and off-street parking requirements on the cost of housing, it gets reflected in it costs more money to develop the unit, and thus you need to charge higher short-term rental fee, which then raises the cost of the other housing options in the area. It's another thing that's making it more difficult for people to find options that work for them. And again, I just think it's more, I don't think the waiver is the same as a conditional use permit, but I think it's whether or not you're coming for a discretionary approval or not. And I think if we're having this program, it should be so that there aren't discretionary approvals.
Commissioner Patron.
Just to get back to the point about potentially separating out item E, the lack of parking will not result in undue hardship on adjacent properties, and having that be a standalone requirement to even begin the conversation about waivers. I mean, I guess my question there is, how do you prove that, right? I mean, do you do a parking study to just so you can rent one room in your house, 3 times a month? I mean, it's opening up a huge can of worms. And I would actually move to remove that as an element of this waiver system, because it's just so subjective. And of course, these short-term renters are going to cause additional parking impacts. That's just the nature of reality, right? I mean, folks are going to drive here because they basically have to in order to get here, right? I mean, there might be a few that don't, but of course there will be parking impacts. We're just weighing the pros and cons of allowing this type of use, and I think the pros here outweighs the cons.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like E is dead. Do we have any other inputs?
Yeah, I'd like to respond if I might. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Newton.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the commenters that we've talked to and they have the support of their neighbors. They have been doing these short-term rentals for many years, and they haven't caused problems in the neighborhoods or with traffic or with parking. Maybe down in the Dominga neighborhood. I mean, that's where I live, and the parking has been a problem regardless of the STRs, right? It's just I don't have any parking on my property, and it's just been a nightmare trying to find off-street, street parking. So there are some areas that I think are just chronically going to be a problem. And then other areas where, nobody even notices that there's an STR and it's been operating for 18 years and nobody's had a problem with it. So I think, yes, it is somewhat subjective, but I do think that the ministerial process may allow for people to make rational and subjective decisions.
Commissioner Kelly.
Okay. I never thought that I would be the one to be the colloquial storyteller on a board like this. I could just say that. So when I moved to town, I also was absolutely anti-parking. That was 13 years ago. Then I've lived in the hills ever since. And I understand and appreciate my neighbors, a lot of who are elderly, that don't ride their bicycles up and down the hill like I still do, fortunately. But I understand the town totally differently now. In an ideal world, yes, I'm a urban planner, designer. I think any other mode besides a car is a great thing. Our town is peculiar in a very particular way about cars and parking, and it's a need. I also have experienced neighbors figuring this stuff out, not only from living in the hills and talking with my neighbors and saying, shit, your short-term rental takes up a lot of parking. What can we do? But it creates that conversation, and I've seen it and done it, and it happens. It's actually a good neighborly thing about our town. Okay, that's maybe all my storytelling. I think that we are on the right track with a waiver that notifies neighbors so that you do have that conversation. There's an opportunity for that conversation. And that's the value in it, is fostered communication amongst the local neighbors. I am worried about not letting people park on the street because, as was mentioned earlier, there's houses in town that don't have parking and were designed before there was cars. So again, it's a peculiarity to our community that I think we need to acknowledge. We saw an example tonight. I actually know the house. It's at the very end of the road. It's not going to bother anybody to have parking in front of that house. That's going to have to be on the street because she doesn't have parking. Anyway, so those are my observations and stories that I would like to have considered.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
That, I think having the parking requirement off-site, but then I think the waiver process allows the town to consider the uniqueness of our streets and to address those things. And when you talk about notifying the neighbors, we sit here and we have an application come to us. And one of the first things we ask a lot of times of the applicant is, did you discuss this with your neighbors? We take that into consideration, I think, when we look at applications. So I think having that as, if somebody's going to come in for a waiver, then somehow there needs to be that notification process to neighboring properties, either having the applicant come in with letters, or which could be hard to do, or having the town notify a certain range of houses to say this person has an STR, they're coming in for a waiver for the parking, give us some input on the effect on the neighborhood. I think that's a balance there that we can do.
Okay. Commissioner Pfeffer.
Yeah, I enjoy every story that I hear from Commissioner Kelly. And frankly, because I identify with a lot of them. My mother-in-law lives in the hills, and for near 15 years, she's been letting her neighbor's partner park in one of her 2 spaces. And every time we come visit, she sends a text, hey, my daughter and her husband are coming. Can you park somewhere else for the next few days? And it's always worked out fine. I heard a very compelling reason to have parking requirements for rentals in the hills, but I think where I differ a little bit and where I think there's room even allowing short-term rentals to compromise is if we're adjusting where to allow short-term rentals to be in all the zones, why not have a parking requirements that are ministerial different amongst the zones? So downtown, you don't have, if you're in, whatever other area you do, because again, I think if you're coming to us for a waiver and the neighbor's opportunity to comment, you don't fit into the short-term rental program. You fit into asking to be able to operate a B&B or like a part-time in your property, and you can still get that and have all of that considered. This is just a different program.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And that's what a lot of other laws, around managing parking are very much tied to access to transit, access to a major thoroughfare. So that would make sense as a framework actually to establish guidelines for parking based upon adjacency to transit or in the flats or downtown, some sort of rational requirement for it. Just Commissioner Kelly, I also live in the hills. And, I'm not anti-car, anti-parking, totally a necessity. And yet, but we already in the town, we require 3 parking spaces for a single family home. And I guess I would say if we're trying to open up this flexibility and manage what we can with zoning requirements for this ordinance, then I would say why burden, this short-term rentals with the additional parking requirement when there's a lot of research, a lot of clear information that it actually would make it prohibitive for a lot of folks. So, but I think a sort of a good balance is to create a framework for certain zones that are adjacent to transit within a quarter mile, half mile, whatever we decide the radius is. That could be a kind of rational way of guiding the parking requirement. Just want to say again, I do have some significant concerns around the neighbor notification process for this. We're trying to make it a ministerial process that could certainly add a lot of time and expense for a potential STR applicant. Furthermore, parking is not really, people don't really respond to or think about parking in a rational way a lot of times. And so I think if you ask anyone, there's always a shortage of parking, no matter what, no matter how much parking there is. There's a lot of data on this too. And so I just want to assert again that I think in Fairfax, we don't necessarily have a parking problem, with the exception of some very constrained neighborhoods in narrow streets in the hills. We have a parking management issue that we should address. That's a separate topic for council to take that.
You made it complicated there. But I was trying to summarize, but there are some new things there. I don't agree with the statement that Fairfax does not have a parking problem. I think Fairfax has a very unique parking problem. And the hillsides are the biggest issue about it. And I think if you get visitors from out of town, they're going to be really upset. They have no idea what they have to do. They don't understand how we live here. So STRs, they are occupied by people who use cars just as ADUs and just as houses. I mean, to try to treat that differently and saying, well, maybe they don't need it, I don't see the rationale. And so there's a general comment I've heard, and I think and that's true, right? Parking is a burden on creating low-income housing. We're not talking about low-income housing here. We're talking about STRs. That's almost the diabolically opposite. Most of those folks come for a vacation. A lot of them will have a rental car or keep driving here. So I do agree with the the sentiments that we're overrating our cars and that it does have a negative impact on housing, but I don't think it's applicable to what we're doing here. So I would lean to suggesting, to summarize this, that on this particular section, that item number 1 would stay, that you must provide 1 parking space, where it is augmented to say that it is on the property, that you do keep item number 2, you're going to allow waivers, but you also need to notify the direct neighbors, maybe that's a 500 feet radius. And the waiver may be approved, not by item E, that would be, we strike that completely, but you are allowed to do it under all the other conditions. I personally would also strike out A, but we did not discuss that. I don't see the use of that. More than half of them are a single room that has no relevance to the parking demand. That would be my summary of where we are to address this issue. And then we're leaving on the table the bigger issue. Well, maybe the parking requirements need to be different in Fairfax. But I think that would be a different discussion to me because it applies to all kinds of uses of property. Please go ahead.
Can I break in with just a quick technical correction maybe to your suggestion? Could we say 300 feet just because that's consistent with our public noticing?
Yes, 300 feet. Yeah, okay. I was just making up a number. Thank you.
Yeah. Just wanted to sort of bring up again, I think the point that Commissioner Pfeffer brought up, which is the idea of creating or creating more specific parking guidelines according to the zoning district. So let's say, for instance, we're introducing these new zones are now eligible for STRs. I would say if we could look at the zones which are in a half mile of transit, that we should consider different requirements for those areas, which are in the flats, adjacent to transit, and aren't constrained in the way you described the unique parking constraints that I totally agree Fairfax has in our narrow streets and in the hills, but in the flats, adjacent to transit, adjacent to our sort of most robust existing parking supply, I would argue for a different set of guidelines for STRs in those zones.
No, in direct response to no, I agree, but I think that is not only true for STRs, that's also true and more important for ADUs or for other kinds of uses. So it's not appropriate within the context of what we're doing here to make an exception only for STRs. I think that would be a discussion about how we should amend or modify the parking requirements that are governed for all these uses. So this to me is a small intervention on how STRs will be regulated so that we find that balance. We're not trying to reinvent the parking requirements in Fairfax, and that is a good idea, but I think we would need another night to do that.
And I would also
Commissioner Newton, then Commissioner Swift.
just want to add very quickly that the commenter who did talk about how concerned she was about the parking is somebody living in the flats, right? Okay. Over.
Yeah, so rather
Commissioner Swift, sorry for interrupting. You're jumping the line here.
So, and I would disagree with the overall thought that if you're within a half mile of transit, parking's not a requirement in the reality of life here or in Fairfax, but that's a different issue. I agree with the chair that we should just go with this for now. It shouldn't be zone dependent. The issues are going to be there regardless of the zone. That's going to bring up the need for a waiver. So for simplicity and uniformity, I would just go with that and leave it at that.
Commissioner Kelly.
I'm going to jump right in the middle and say that there's actually not a reason for us to sort of rethink the zoning, that we could actually remove parking requirements for units that are in any of our commercial zones.
That's what I was going to say, just in terms of what's efficient tonight is that we're asked to do two things: expand the zones that short-term rentals are in and decide what the parking requirements are. So if we're saying we're expanding it to this zone, we're expanding it to commercial highway, and we're not adding the parking requirement in that expansion. I think that's what Commissioner Kelly is saying.
And I would probably like a vote on that, because when we talk about where we're having short-term rentals and if they're in the commercial zones, whether it's limited or any of the commercial zones, we're looking at the dwelling units that are going to have short-term rentals. There's still going to be a parking requirement. It's not like they're going to park on a business lot. There's still the issue of whether, you're right off of Francis Drake. There's still the parking needs. So I think for simplicity for now, we would go with, one approach to all, as the chair mentioned, and then go from there. And if down the road it needs to be adjusted, it can be adjusted.
Okay, we'll take a poll. Quick last comment, Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, I don't agree with striking out E, as you know. I think we should make that a standalone. They have to show that at a minimum in order to get the waiver. And, I live in a really weird neighborhood in the Flats, and everybody on the right side of my street, as I'm looking down the street, straddles the commercial and the residential. Like every single property on that street except mine, when you get to mine, which is wholly in the residential. So if you were going to go down that road, I'd want to think about what you say about people whose properties are in both zones.
Okay, we're going to take a poll. Thank you. Who is in favor to eliminate the parking requirement in the commercial zones?
I would say specifically commercial highway, because I think Commissioner Newton's in central commercial. We have the map from the safety thing. That's the red. Commercial highway is the pink, and it's literally just along Drake.
3. All others are against. Is that correct? All others would not like to exclude commercial CH or other, would like to keep it the way it is. Interesting. 4-3. That's a tight one. In the interest of time, unless there are no, any commissioners want to make last statements or change their minds, yeah, please go ahead.
I mean, maybe I don't know how you do this, but I would recommend that to council, actually, if we're sort of making recommendations to council, that in addition to doing what we're doing tonight in terms of pushing this ordinance forward, which I hope we do, which is say that I hope council would take up the idea of doing a parking management strategy for downtown, which would actually hope to address the sort of fundamental root causes of some of the parking supply issues.
Good suggestion. I think the planning director is having that down correct. Okay. So then for item number 3, the summary. Oh, the only thing we didn't talk about was item number A, the finding that the short-term rental is a single room. I didn't understand that one. I don't know how the other commissioners feel about that. A reason for a waiver is the short-term rental is a single room. That's probably half of them.
I would delete that.
I would delete that. That was my suggestion, but we didn't talk about it.
I think reading this again, I think that gets picked up on D. The applicant demonstrates that the unique characteristics of the short-term rental use does not necessitate additional parking.
Right. I would think so too. That's sort of D is your cover all. B and C are clear. F is clear. E is wrong. It shouldn't be there. And A is covered by the catch-all D.
So I will point out that you and Commissioner Newton have a disagreement on E, which needs to be resolved.
Okay. I believe unless there's last comments or disagreements, I think that covers that. Patron, go ahead.
No, I think what the planning director was asking that we take a straw poll on whether or not we want to eliminate E from the the list here, correct?
I think that we have one recommendation from Chair Jansen to eliminate E, and we have a recommendation from Commissioner Newton to move it to the beginning of the paragraph and make it a standalone. You have to meet this before you can even consider the rest. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Okay.
to me, but go ahead.
And also to change one word, Commissioner Newton, rather than adjacent, you used some other word,
Neighboring.
right? And I agree with you, Commissioner Newton.
I think we all in agreement there. Looks like it. Yes, good. I do want to bring one thing back. So these are the three items that are suggested. There are below that three items that were other items discussed in the prior meeting and were recommended to not adopt and not follow on. I want to bring one back for one last time to the commission, and that is the cap of the numbers of days a year. And the reason to do that is multiple. I know many.
Can I clarify just one thing before we get into this? So I think we have our recommendation on the zoning code now, because that was this. So what we're crossing over into chapter, the business licensing portion of the code, so we're going to carry both these recommendations forward to the council, but we have to bring them the ordinance changes, and then in the staff report, we're going to list other recommendations to the business licensing section, which could include hotel user tax, occupancy of the unit, what you're talking about now. So anyway, so we'll have 4 or 5 things that will be on that other list.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Does that mean that's not going to come back to the planning commission?
No, it's basically you're recommending on the as I was trying to explain earlier, you're obligated to make a recommendation on the zoning ordinance, but you're not obligated to make a recommendation on other sections of the municipal code.
Okay, well, keep it short.
Okay.
The reason to bring it up is that I know it's done in many other places. And what it is, it's a tool. That's all it is. And you don't want to set the number too low because then it becomes a burden. It's not intended to be a burden, but by limiting to a number less than a full year, it prevents, it's another tool to prevent runaway commercial enterprises that are trying to do this as a business opportunity. And it's stated here in the staff report that it looks like people usually don't exceed 180 days, which is a half a year. I would recommend to put that and code that in the laws in Fairfax, because that gives you a tool to control that, and you can grow that number or however you'd like to do that. But anyway, that's my personal recommendation. Maybe we don't need, maybe commissioners want to put input on there. Maybe they don't. That's good too.
Along lines, I agree with staff that it's hard to regulate that. And then to me, it makes no sense to have it in there if we're not going to be able to regulate that or do anything with it.
I believe you get that number from the short-term rental companies. Airbnb will give you that number.
Yeah, well, sorry. Commissioner Newton has her hand up too. Go ahead, Commissioner Newton.
I know I'm being unfair again. There's absolutely no purpose here. I'm just not paying attention to the screen. Apologies.
Thank you so much. There's no limit. Talking from personal experience, having been living at my parents' house in Maine for 3 years and participating in these meetings for all that time remotely, there is no limit on how long you can be out of your house and still be considered a California resident. I'm still able to vote in California. I am still paying taxes. Actually, I'm paying taxes in both Maine and California. But the residency requirement, it's not like I have to live in my house for 180 days out of the year in order to maintain my residency. So I just think that's something we should consider, and picking an arbitrary cap. I mean, in some ways, I'm really drawn to that idea. I think that's a great idea. And in other ways, I'm just like, you know, if people are, I don't know. I am of different minds about this question, Commissioner Jansen, Chair Jansen.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting approach, which is to say that through pricing regulation, you could incentivize long-term rental over short-term rental through pricing and supply. So, but my sense is that we would need to study it more, study the market more before we say 180 days is the right amount of days to create the correct incentive for, long-term rental over short-term.
Commissioner Pfeffer.
Fortunately, I have a solution for that, and it goes to Chair Jansen's, I think, earlier comment on the issue is if you're renting your unit for $2,000 a month and you're getting a certain amount of money throughout the year, if you do a short-term rental for a lot shorter period of time, you get more money. And it's not arbitrary, and it's not arbitrary, but it's obviously not perfect, is to take the average price per unit of a short-term rental and the average rent for the year, and you pick the number of days where the short-term rental price exceeds in a year that your annual rent is. So if it's $250 a night versus $2,000 a year, it's, I don't know, somewhere like 90 days is when you cross that threshold. But that's not for us because we're not making the rule. That's something that can be suggested to council that they look at to see if that is easy to know.
Yeah, no, that's correct. I don't know the exact number of days. I mean, operating in short-term rental has additional costs too. Yes, you gotta change them. So I don't know it's the concept. Probably somewhere between 90 and 180, but I don't know if that would be investigated. Okay, so is that a recommendation that the other commissioners would carry? I see some shaking of heads here. Maybe we should take a quick poll so we know it. Who is in favor of suggesting to the town council that there would be a limit? Who would be not thinking that? I think that's Cindy. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So I think with that, I would make a motion for a short recess, bathroom break, 5 minutes, and then we tackle the last two topics.
So but don't we need to do a resolution?
Oh, that's.
We could vote on the ordinance and then come back and talk about additional recommendations that are not related to the ordinance if you wanted to feel a sense of completion.
No. I think we would vote on the ordinance. Yeah, I skipped ahead there. I think because all the comments are now down.
Right.
But so we have to then officially incorporate them by voting on the ordinance. Do you want to make a motion, Commissioner Swift?
No, because I'm confused. We've made changes on what you provided us. So how are we incorporating those into the resolution?
I can go through the changes that I have. Make sure I get everything. First change is under the Section 2, allow for the short-term rental in any zoning district. We are going to strike the words that include only one short-term rental unit per property to cover the apartments. And then the next change is in the parking section, short-term rentals.
Excuse me for interrupting. That was Section 1, not Section 2, correct?
No, it was Section 2. Well, just in the staff report.
Oh, you're in the staff report, not in the ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, we could do it in the ordinance if you want.
No,
Whatever.
that's okay. I was
Okay, because they say the
confused.
same thing.
Yeah.
And then the other one is in the parking section, which is section 17052030 in the parking in the zoning code. And under P subsection 1, short-term rentals must provide one parking space for up to every 4 guests. In addition to the required parking space for the existing residential use, all required parking must be on the property. Then there's another change under subsection 2, that this is the waiver. We're striking A, that says the short-term rental is a single room. We are relocating the lack of parking will not result in undue hardship on neighboring properties to the beginning of that section. And we are adding a requirement for notification to the neighbors, which we are actually going to have to work on because I don't have the language for that yet. Oh, to the neighbors within 300 feet, I'll say.
Right, that's correct. And I believe under the zoning, I think at the very bottom, we changed property to structure.
Okay, tell me where that is.
That's page 3, section 2, the STR in any zoning district. So we are we follow the staff recommendation to adopt all these zones, and at the very bottom in italics, short-term rental uses include only one short-term rental unit per property, and we changed that.
Oh no, we just deleted that whole section. We the current language is short-term rental uses contained within an existing structure permitted
Okay.
for residential use. So we just got rid
Yeah,
of that.
that's I
whole
wrote down
phrase.
structure here. Thank you. For
Yeah.
that.
That's all I had as far as changes. So let me know if I'm missing anything.
I believe that's correct. Can I have a motion to adopt the ordinance, including the changes made?
Sure. Motion to adopt resolution number 202418, a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission recommending the town council adopt an ordinance to update regulations related to short-term rentals by amending Town Code Title 17, zoning, chapter 17008, definitions 17052, off-street parking and loading requirements, 17084, RD 5.57, residential zone high density, 17088, RM multiple family residential, 17092 CL limited commercial zone, 17096 CH highway commercial, and 17100 central commercial zone with the changes suggested or incorporated by staff.
I'll second.
Okay. No, we do roll calls here. That's right. Okay. Roll call. Commissioner Swift,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Chair Jansen,
Aye.
Commissioner Petrone,
Aye.
Commissioner Bella,
Aye.
Commissioner Pfeffer,
No.
and Commissioner Newton.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
I'll second that.
Everybody in favor? Aye.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, I think we're all here again, except Commissioner Newton. Are you still online? Okay, let's continue the meeting. Oh.
What?
Sorry.
And we're all complete again. Can we
Recording in
please-
progress.
So meeting will continue. Commissioners, I think we're ready for item 4, the amendment study session. I presume that starts
Well,
with.
did we want to, I think the one thing we didn't talk about, as much as I hate to go back, is there was a discussion about whether you wanted to change the requirement for short-term rentals to, do they have to occupy the dwelling unit or do they have to occupy the property? And that would require a change to the short-term rental program, which is in a different section of the code. So anyway, I think that's the last thing that you need to kind of make a recommendation on to the town council if you want to entertain that or not.
Thank you. Very good point. In my brain, the way we settle that, but that might be not correct, is that we understand that ADUs, JADUs, or bedrooms are considered to be part of the property in regards to occupancy, meaning if the owner lives in the main house, the ADU can be an STR, the JADU can be, and a bedroom can be.
Right. And then
And
then
then-
there was the duplex and then the commercial
Exactly.
use.
And then there's the duplex, for which that would not be true because the way that is defined, those are 2 units. That's it. It's unfortunate, but that is then how it now pencils out. For the commercial units, you will have the same issue. So both need a solution in the sense that and I don't know, but I presume the exception would be then specific that a duplex would be considered equal to a main house with an ADU, so that you can rent out one of them if the owner occupies the other full time.
Right now you can't do that. So you would have to change the language in the program. Right now it says, I mean, it depends if you want to. Right now, we are not permitting short-term rentals in duplex units. So if you wanted to allow short-term rentals in duplex units, you would have to change this language.
Yes.
Which says the residential unit is the primary residence of the permanent resident. I know it says resident a lot. So you'd have to change that to the residential unit is located on the primary residence of the owner or something like that. You'd have to basically change that to refer to the property versus the unit.
But that would be a recommendation to
The council.
chapter 5, not the zoning code. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I would leave it as is now. For some of the reasons, if it's, we're still going back to keeping our rental stock,
Yep.
understanding where we are in time in the town as far as the election. But again, whether it's the unit in downtown where the office is on the top that's used and the bottom is vacant, or it's a duplex where the owner lives in one unit and wants to rent out as a short-term rental, the other duplex unit, I would leave it as is because again, that's affecting your affordable housing.
Could you give me a 5-second version of the difference between a duplex and a ADU?
Yeah, and an ADU is considered kind of part of the property, part of the dwelling unit. There's a very specific definition by state law. And a duplex is like they're basically 2 units that are roughly equivalent that are on the same property.
Okay, there's not like empirical like size or amenities that would push it into being a duplex? 'Cause I'm thinking
I
there's
mean,
lots
they're
of
they're
houses
very
in the
similar.
hills that have a, a unit below, and where's the line going to be between a duplex and a ADU? So is why I'm asking you the question. I'm trying to understand the definition.
Yeah, it is a blurry line to be sure. But we have the ones that are permitted are easy. If you're permitted as an ADU, then you're an ADU because you have a permit for an ADU. So those are easy. The ones where and JADUs are pretty easy too, because those are just small rooms kind of inside a home. Where the gray area comes is like an older ADU might be large enough to, might be some gray area there where it's either a duplex, but most duplexes are actually pretty clear that this is a duplex. There's two addresses. Sometimes it's two houses on the same lot. They're usually very close to the same size. Usually there's not much mystery in terms of what is a duplex, but there is some that are kind of in that gray area.
Yeah, again, I'm going to use a story. I spent about a year being a short-term rentaler, and most of the places that I was in town were, essentially a lower unit in somebody's house. And I think we're going to get a lot of those. And I think a lot of people are going to be suddenly getting ADUs rather than duplexes. Like I'm surprised there's not a finite.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Well, I thought that the idea of changing the language to property helped cover places which aren't registered as ADUs or JADUs, but would accommodate some of the sort of more diverse property types that exist in Fairfax, where people have a separate workshop space or bedroom space or garage space that meets code requirements in terms of a lessable unit, but isn't actually been formalized through a JDU or ADU process, right? Pre 2020. So I like the idea that we talk about it as the property owner versus the occupying the unit that would be the STR.
Yeah, in the staff report, it seemed like it could be an easy revision to change the word unit to property. And that's what I think.
Could be wording change under section 4, property eligibility in the short-term rental program is where it would be changed. Yeah.
Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, this is where I really disagree with those guys that want to change the occupying the unit to occupying the property, because I think that is where you get to the place where the alternative for that unit that's not occupied by the host could have been longer term rental. So I would not agree with changing the requirement that the owner occupy the unit that is being, obviously not the ADU, the JADU, or the room in the house, because we've already gone over that. But in general, otherwise, I think the duplex, for example, I would say it should be restricted for short-term rental use and not allowed, and rather have it try and keep it on the out there for longer-term rentals. Over.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think you're on a right track there, because if you change that and you have a triplex or a 20plex, you could live in one and then all the others could be an STR. You can start a hotel. So it becomes increasingly complicated. So I think, as unfortunate as it may be, there is a clear border. There is either you have a house with a spare bedroom or a spare JADU or a spare ADU. That is That is the small scale. Or you have a multifamily property with 2, 3, 4, 5, 20, or 50 units. And if you try to parse that apart, it becomes very complicated. And I think that's why the current language, the way it's set now, it incorporates all those smaller elements, all those single family homes with something spare, but it cuts out all the other. Maybe in the future, somebody can figure out how you would better parcel that out, but we're not going to do that tonight. I don't think we can get there because a duplex, but what about a triplex?
Yeah, I just want, just for the commission's consideration, there's a couple places in town. One, it was a shed that it was perfectly habitable. I think it would pass all building codes, had a restroom in it in a backyard that I think somehow they won't be able to rent now. And also a room above a garage, similar, both that I used from Airbnb. And I think that because they're not occupied by the owner, they wouldn't be able to rent them.
I'm not sure that's true because it's still a bedroom in the house. It doesn't matter that it sits on the garage.
So even if it's
Or-
attached.
Well, the garage is also part of the residence.
Oh, well,
I'm making my own interpretation. I don't know if that's true, but and just an AGU could be a building on a lot which is not connected to the house. So the I don't think it is that physical that they have to be in a particular configuration.
Or like a pool house would be another example. I mean, if we could clarify that in the code, if that would be helpful, like kind of incidental.
Yeah, I think the examples that Commissioner Kelly gave, they should be included in this concept of, right, it's a bedroom, an ADU or JDU or a pool house or the place that's above the garage. It is this one extra space in the residence that you are going to put in a short-term rental. But it is not all the units that you have on your property, because that opens something that you don't want. And then, as I said, maybe in the future, the duplexes may need something additional, but I have no idea how you do that. If somebody has a brilliant idea, we can put it in. Otherwise, it would need to be, we'll leave it to the planning director to figure that out.
Okay. I think, yeah, I've counted my own votes here and it doesn't have legs, so.
Okay. Yeah, it needs to be addressed, but within the context of tonight, I don't think we're gonna get there. It gets very technical.
If you do that thing of further expanding the definition of what constitutes, the dwelling unit to those other property types, I think that covers it from my point of view. So.
Okay, does that answer the question? Planning director? Did that?
Yeah. You're fine to move on.
Okay. Okay, then we will go to item number 4, which probably has a presentation.
It does. Does Andrew on the Zoom? Or he might have fallen asleep by now, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so this item is since we adopted the housing element, and granted, we're a little slow. We probably usually you do these within a few months after you adopt a housing element, just mostly so it doesn't get lost in the clutter. But we had to do some fairly significant updates to the safety element to be compliant with state law. And we also triggered some updates to the land use element and the town center element, also to be kind of consistent with the housing element. So we've packaged all those things together And so this is a study session to kind of go over what staff is proposing as updates to those general plan elements. And so I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, who can share his screen and kind of go through the updates for the study session. So, and this is probably, we understand this is why we're doing it as a study session, because we know this is probably a more than one meeting thing. And the other thing I will say is that we've started tribal consultation as a general plan update. There's a state law provision that requires that we consult with any Native American tribe in the area that wants a consultation. And so the Great and Rancheria tribe has requested consultation, and we've already had a meeting with them, one meeting with them, and they'll probably want a couple more before we bring this back to the commission for public hearings. I guess that's my long way of saying we have time to work on this. Not a lot of time, but we have a few months where we can kind of work on this if you don't want to process it all this evening. But we can give Andrew a chance to get through his presentation and get the ball rolling.
Yes, please, let's do that. He's been waiting just as long to get here.
Okay. Well, thanks for that introduction and good evening, everyone. My name's Andrew Hill. I'm with Dighton Bhatia, the consulting firm that's helping the town with the updates to the general plan. So just a little bit of background. The town of Fairfax general plan was last comprehensively updated in 2012. And under state law, as Jeff said, updating the housing element triggers the need for updates to other elements of the general plan to ensure that the whole of the document remains internally consistent. And then additionally, since 2012, there's some new laws that have come into force, and there's some amendments to the safety element that are needed to ensure consistency with those new laws. And so our objectives for the meeting tonight are to, one, provide an overview of the updated elements, and two, to receive feedback from the Planning Commission with a view to refining the elements for eventual adoption. And so in terms of a procedure, I suggest that what I could do is to provide an overview of the safety element first, and then perhaps to pause for questions and comments, and then move on to the land use element, and repeat the process with a quick presentation, and then pause for questions and comments. So with that, maybe I'll just start with the safety element. The 2012 safety element includes a robust framework of policies and programs that's organized around 4 goals, which are shown here. It includes a map of hazard areas and narratives discussing local conditions. Policies in the 2012 element don't address police protection services, which is part of public safety. And the element acknowledges climate change, but it doesn't include any policies or programs specifically to address it. Since 2012, there's really 3 new requirements that have come online related to the safety element. The first of those requirements is that a new law requires that the town map and address risk in wildfire hazard severity zones that are identified by CAL FIRE, the California Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention. A second requirement is SB 379, which requires that the town conduct a climate vulnerability assessment and develop strategies to address identified risks. And the third is kind of a 2-parter related to emergency evacuation. The first of these new laws, AB 747, requires that the town evaluate emergency evacuation capacity under a multi-hazard scenario situation. And the second of those is SB 99, which requires that the town identify any residential areas in Fairfax that do not have at least 2 emergency access points onto evacuation routes. So what we've done then is to address these new requirements, we've made a series of recommendations that are reflected in the version of the draft safety element that's in your packet tonight. And what I'm going to do is walk you through those recommendations. The first has to do with the organization of the element. You can see the 2012 goals on the left of the screen and the proposed 2024 goals on the right side of the screen. Goals 1, 2, and 3 from the 2012 element are really very similar. They all involve minimizing those risks due to natural hazards. And so the recommendation then would be to consolidate goals 1, 2, and 3 together into a new goal about protecting life and property from natural and human-made hazards. Goal 4 about community preparedness would remain. It becomes goal 2, but it's reworded and expanded to specifically reference the effects of climate change, as well to address that new legal requirement for the safety element that I mentioned previously. And then we're proposing to add a new goal, goal S3, around emergency evacuation to address the requirements of AB 747 and SB 99. And then fourth would be a goal around police and fire services, so that the related priorities are enshrined in the general plan. We're also recommending that the data and mapping in the 2012 element be comprehensively refreshed with the latest available. And additionally, we'd add a new map of the CAL FIRE delineated fire hazard severity zones, along with liquefaction susceptibility and some new maps around emergency evacuation routes and capacity. Here's a snapshot of some of the maps. All of the new maps are included in the draft element that's attached to your packet materials. With respect to wildfire programs and policies have been refreshed. In the 2012 element, a number of policies committed the town to actions that are actually in the purview of other agencies, including the Ross Valley Fire Department or Marin Municipal Water District, or even Marin County. So those policies have been reframed to reflect where the town has jurisdiction and to focus the town actions on things that it can accomplish. We've also incorporated some best practices recommended by CAL FIRE. They include requiring the proactive weed abatement and brush thinning and removal services in areas of elevated wildfire risk, coordinating with Marin Municipal Water District to ensure planning for adequate water supply to meet fire suppression needs over the long term, and working with responsible agencies and non-governmental organizations to plan for post-fire recovery in a manner that reduces further loss and damages from future fires. Goal S2, as I mentioned, deals with adaptation and resilience. And so the local hazard mitigation plan, which was recently adopted by the town, has a lot of background information, including a climate vulnerability assessment that satisfies some of those requirements for the safety element. And so the recommendation here is that the safety element incorporate the local hazard mitigation plan by reference, which means essentially that the LHMP will then become part of the safety element to officially incorporate data and information required under state law. To complement the LHMP measures related to adaptation and resilience, some additional policies and programs are also recommended for addition. These include planning for backup power to allow for the continued operation of critical facilities following a disaster, preparing a prioritized list of roadway and retaining wall stabilization projects to incorporate into future versions of the CIP, and partnering with the Ross Valley Fire Department to promote Firewise communities and neighborhood response group formation. And then, as I mentioned, we've added a new goal for emergency preparedness and response to meet those requirements around evacuation capacity. The Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority has actually developed a scenario planning tool specifically to help Marin County jurisdictions with the analysis needed to inform evacuation policies. And that tool helps to evaluate evacuation difficulty based on three key factors: the presence of fire fuels, steep slopes and heavy vegetation, which can exacerbate wildfire risk. The second being roadway conditions. And so these include slope, roadway geometry, traffic volumes, and the actual physical condition of the roads. And then the third factor that's considered by the tool is communications difficulty. So that considers issues like cell phone service coverage, a low percentage of subscriptions to Alert Marin, and a high presence of seniors. And so, taking into consideration all of those factors, the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority's tool produces an aggregate evacuation difficulty rating that can be mapped, and it identifies priority areas and pinch points to inform policies. So this is a view of the mapping results for Fairfax. A bigger version of the map is included in your packet. You can see that the most difficult to evacuate areas are really in places with steep topography and winding roads. They're shown in red on the map. Based on these findings, we've developed a suite of programs and policies that focus really on two things: on physical interventions to improve emergency evacuation capacity, and on coordination activities that can likewise improve evacuation capacity. So in terms of physical interventions, the policies and programs focus on prioritizing the maintenance of evacuation routes in the CIP, pursuing funding for retrofits and roadway improvements in areas that don't have 2 points of ingress and egress onto evacuation routes, for example. And coordination activities include studying the feasibility of deploying dynamic message signs, roadway sensors, and other intelligent transportation tools to disseminate real-time information to traffic conditions, regarding traffic conditions in the event of an emergency. Targeting efforts to increase registration in rental areas, that registration with Alert Marin, and also with safety providers in residential areas that face the greatest risk of evacuation. And then working with other jurisdictions and other public agencies to identify traffic management strategies that can ensure the efficient access from feeder streets onto main evacuation routes in the event of an emergency evacuation event. And then finally, there's a number of programs in the 2012 element that have either been completed or are no longer needed. And so based on a review by town staff from Planning and Public Works, the following programs have been removed from the element. So that was a pretty quick overview of the revisions recommended to the element. As I say, they're all reflected in the version that's in your packet. And I thought maybe now I'd pause for questions or for comments. A couple of points up here on the screen. If it comes to comments in particular, we'd like to hear if there's any programs or policies that you think should be added, or if there's any content that you think might need to be clarified.
Thank you. We do have first question, Commissioner Newton.
Thank you. I guess this question is aimed at the planning director. Do you have a sense of what is going to happen with respect to the zoning of the almost 100 acres that has just recently been acquired as open space, commonly known as the Wall property?
We have not discussed that yet, but it would make sense for that to go into an open space zone.
Okay, that's a rather large picture of most of these maps. I'm just pointing that out, right? Like it's yellow now, it would be green when you guys did it. So the other question I have is, well, let me follow up on that. Could you please follow up with the town council and make sure that dedicating that and zoning that as open space is a high priority for the town, because it would be nice to make that change before this map is finalized, if that is at all possible. I mean, I know it's kind of crazy. Is the general plan land use map the legal map for zoning purposes, the one that's here, or is there, my recollection is we had to have a second map change adopted after the last time the general plan was amended. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think it's the same. There is a nuance where there is the workforce housing overlay that appears, but that's in the zoning. That's a zoning map. So there's basically two zoning maps. There's there's three maps. There's the general plan map, which is essentially what's in your packet. And then there's the zoning map, which implements the general plan. And then there's the workforce housing overlay, which is kind of an adjunct to the zoning map. So those are kind of the three regulatory maps that we have for land use for the town.
Could you make sure you check in with the town's attorney with respect to that question? Because my vague recollection, and I could be totally wrong, but there was some like reference to a specific map in the ordinances, in the town ordinances. And so if you're going to change a map and intend that to be the legal map by which zoning applies in the town, that we've crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's
Okay.
on the map issue. Okay. And so these are, I'm sorry, this may be a straightforward question. Are all of the maps land use element maps? We've got safety element maps. And are there any other, just wondering, because the open space and conservation element maps that we had at one point that were hand-drawn, not digital maps, are historically important, one, and also of significant importance to many residents of the town because of the work that went into creating them. So I'm just curious about those maps that were in the current general plan, right? The existing general plan as it stands today.
Yeah, we're only amending the safety element and the land use element.
Okay.
So those are the two where we would be updating the maps.
Okay. Thank you. Over.
Before we leave the topic of maps, I want to quickly two clarifications. So the land use map that's in the package is not yet updated. That still has to happen. Or is it updated?
It is up to date as of current. It doesn't reflect any rezoning of the wall property that hasn't been done yet. But it reflects it reflects current status.
So on that note, the Olima Road property is in the very same document still listed as CL. The same document states that it has been rezoned to PDD, but the map shows it as CL. And there's a few other discrepancies.
Okay. We should look at that. Again, though, it's a general plan land use map that isn't always necessarily going to be exactly the same as the zoning map. But I take your point. I think we want to look again and make sure that that the land uses align with. There could be multiple zoning districts that implement a land use, but we'll take a closer look, make sure that it's synced.
Yeah, right. It didn't come from the zoning map. It came from the matrix that we received recently. There were a couple of few properties that were rezoned, and the map doesn't reflect that.
Okay.
The other map question is the map that I don't see. I think it's called the Ridgeline map. I believe I think you folks made a very nice one, and we still have one that was drawn with a pencil. What's going to happen with that?
I think that map is in the open space element, which is not one of the ones that's being being updated at the moment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. You know, there's the ridge line, there's the scenic corridors, I mean, it has all sorts of beautiful maps, the slide map, the various risk maps. My recollection. I don't have my general plan with me here.
Pretty sure it's OS4, open space 4.
Other questions? Commissioner Pfeffer?
Yeah, this is, I think, something that pops up every now and again, but there isn't sort of I've not seen a coordinated and comprehensive program to try and address it. And that's the inability for some people who live way up in the hills or in other certain cell phone dead zones in the event of a disaster or evacuation circumstance for being in contact with these people who are in such a circumstance. In goal S3, it's touched on briefly, but just sort of more to point out that it's not really fully dealt with. So we say that although not fully reflected in the NWPA scenario planning tool, areas along Cascade Drive in northern part of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard have limited cell phone coverage. Is there a way to have it as a goal to make that fully reflected, to encourage that we fully reflect the limited cell phone coverage as a factor in the ability to for people to know to evacuate and to know and for emergency services to be able to contact people to know whether or not they're out or they're going to go to a home to check on people that are still there. There's a goal in there, S3.6, that says work with telecommunications providers and improve cell phone coverage in areas with known deficiencies. And I don't know in other jurisdictions or if it's how one would go about this, but maybe that's for the emergency planning professionals to make sure that we identify places in the town that have cell coverage deficiency. So it's not just somebody mentioned it a few times and so we know that that's an area, but I think it's important to at least for emergency services providers to know where, if there is a fire starting or something like that, the people there won't necessarily be able to contact them in the event of a power outage or things.
Yeah, we did look at the maps that are available from the various cell phone carriers. They have, mapped their coverage of Fairfax, and as you can imagine, it's slightly different for each one. But I think what you're picking up on your points, I think there's a possibility where we could be more specific about which areas of Fairfax have limited coverage on the basis of that information and other information from residents to help focus some actions. And then I think we do have a program in the element about targeting areas with known, communications difficulties in order to get people to register for Alert Marin or register with safety providers so that there's more of a system to make sure that somebody's checking on them and they're getting out in the event of an evacuation event.
Yeah, I expect the cell phone carriers to want to guard their coverage maps so that people don't know where there's going to be a dead zone. But to the extent there's any way we can have a program for less mobile or elderly and living alone residents to be able to give to some sort of central group what their carrier is so that somebody knows, hey, we know that there's X number of people here that have Verizon and only AT&T has good coverage there.
Yeah.
I don't think I think there's still going to be a gap if we're just relying on one carrier covers an area and we don't necessarily know that everybody living there has that provider.
Yeah, we do have a program in there about people with functional needs, and so I think I hear what you're saying, and I think there's an opportunity to look at that, refine the language, dial it in a little bit more to.
Yeah, just weaving that into some of these programs you're highlighting.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Last question for reviewing this. I presume this is, and I understand this is going to come back in future meetings. What's the schedule that we're moving forward?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out that this was just we have another path of the presentation with the land use element coming up. So we're not quite done with you yet because I can see you wanting to move along. So we have to still talk about the land use element. Then the idea is if any comments that we get today, we would kind of incorporate in. If you want to look at additional policies and programs, we could bring those back at a subsequent meeting. And then we need to conclude, as I mentioned earlier, we need to conclude our tribal consultation and prepare an environmental analysis of sort, not necessarily environmental document, although we might be preparing some sort of environmental document. And then we would bring that back to the commission for a public hearing. So,
Commissioner Swift. Commissioner.
So along those lines for timing, and this goes back to, years ago when we started working on the safety element, a lot of us worked on that and had a lot of input that we provided before. I would like to see that we have time to absorb this, because I will tell you that getting this on Friday, I didn't have time to read any of this. I didn't have time to go back to what we did on the safety element before. So I think we need, and for the community as well, time to review this, provide comments on this, and also have the opportunity of the community to look at these things. Because I don't know that we would have time with just 1 month to, as a group or individually, be prepared to provide input to these things without having the time to do the work. So as far as scheduling and that type of thing. So when you say, a month, we'll come back and we'll have something to kind of sink our teeth into, I'm not sure that a month is sufficient as far as doing that.
Okay.
And since we don't have theoretically a hard deadline like we did with the other aspects of the housing element, I think for these items, it's important to take the time to work them.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just going back to the questions that are up there, not about the process right now, but going back to actually just a thought about the relationship of this safety element to some of the other elements in our general plan that may be being simultaneously updated. Just thinking specifically about some of the recommendations, 5 point or S37, emergency planning, identify traffic management strategies, to the extent that the kind of policy recommendations here should inform something like our mobility or transportation element. That would be nice to sort of call that out perhaps in these, or cross-reference where if there's a recommendation surfacing from safety that we need to sort of then update in transportation or mobility, that would be a nice way to sort of make this more actionable by tying it back to some of the other elements that we're updating. So this isn't just sort of a standalone thing that doesn't actually have, impact or inform where it might be actually actionable in some of the other components of the GP update.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Commissioner Newton has her hand raised.
Commissioner Newton?
Thanks. Yeah, I really appreciate all the work on this, and like Commissioner Swift, I want more time with it. When we did the 2012 update, there were so many public meetings that we went through, so many workshops to talk about things like the town center element that was completely, redone as part of the input that the town got on what they'd originally thought of for the town center element. And some of the things I see in the land use element, the new stuff I see in the land use element, it also reminds me, I think it might be the conservation element, but there's a discussion of historic resources in the conservation element as well. And I think this really fleshes out a lot of the policies and programs that, are sort of referenced in some of the other elements. So I agree with Commissioner Vella that it would be, in my mind, it's kind of like wise to look at some of the new provisions that have been put in there in light of what the other general plan provisions already say about the same thing, and whether we're going in the right direction in light of what the community input was over a decade ago, but it was pretty strong community input. So just want to get that out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Is the transportation element getting updated this round, or it's just the land use and safety that are?
It's not, but as you mentioned, if we identify an inconsistency, then we would want to correct that. So there may be a strategic update if needed, but it's not intended to update anything else besides the safety element and the land use element and the town center element.
I guess we would just say where there's could be a significant impact in those other elements. Maybe at the minimum, we could sort of call out, and try to clarify where they cross-reference or what updates might need to be made to adhere to now what we're putting forth with the safety element consideration.
Yeah, technically, we're not supposed to have internal inconsistencies between the elements. So if we did identify something that was, we should just change it. Yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Swift.
Yeah, one quick question. Can staff clarify when we need to redo the conservation element? Just
there's not a specified timeline on that.
Because I thought I had seen something in legislation about when that's done, dependent on when we're doing other things, but I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, Andrew, do you know of any?
Yeah, there is a new law. I think the governor has just signed it, and it has to do with looking for updating the conservation element with respect to habitat migration corridors. And I think that I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think that the timeline for that was by the end of 2026, if I'm not mistaken. I can certainly check on that and get back to you.
Yeah, and I think this was something before what the governor has done. So historically, I guess going back and seeing when the conservation element needs to be updated. I thought I saw something that it was triggered outside of what you're speaking to, but I'm not sure.
I'm not aware of anything, but I know that there is something that was just recently signed by the governor with respect to habitat migration or wildlife migration corridor, sorry.
Okay, I have one last kind of standalone question. This is for the Planned Development District. For decades, I've seen this on the map, particularly the large blob along Glen Drive. I've never seen anything planned. So what is the purpose of the PDD?
It's intended, I think the intent of it, from what I understand, is it's kind of a, it allows someone to come in with a master plan and to have a lot of flexibility in terms of how mostly residential uses are arranged. We do have a couple PDD zones that are out on Sir Francis Drake Drive, kind of in the northern part in the hill area.
Yeah, that's the conventional use of a planned development zone. It's to allow for flexibility, allow for potential developments that aren't considered in other land use designations, but to require, a master plan or some sort of coordinated planning and that would be reviewed and approved by the planning commission and ultimately by the town council, sort of on a case by case basis because of specific circumstances related to a site.
And we do have a couple of, maybe just one, maybe two that are in the housing element that are development sites that are zone PDD.
Okay. And for reasons unknown, just nothing has ever happened.
Yeah, it's
right.
Property ownership, just who owns it and if they're interested in developing.
Okay. I think maybe Victory Village was a PDD before.
Yeah, it was rezoned
before it became Victory Village and changed zoning to
to RM or whatever it is, RMS, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I believe there is a next component to this.
Yes.
Yes, we're ready for land use.
Okay. Yeah, so the 2012 general plan also includes a land use element that's built around 9 key goals that seek to preserve and enhance the village-like qualities of Fairfax and the features that contribute to it, including the natural and scenic open space resources. It also includes an optional town center element that provides direction for a future town center plan. There aren't any new laws regarding the land use element that have come into force since 2012 that trigger revisions the same way as we saw with the safety element, but updating the housing element does trigger the need for revisions to ensure that all elements of the general plan are internally consistent. And so again, we've come up with some recommended revisions, which are reflected in the draft of the land use element that's in your packet. And I'll quickly walk you through them. The first recommendation has to do with defining the planning area. The 2012 element uses a couple of different terms, but it doesn't clearly define them. The Fairfax planning area, urban service boundaries, sphere of influence. It also discusses annexations, but it doesn't mention the role of LAFCO in that process. And so the first recommendation is to update the text in the element to clearly define the planning area and to show it on a map together with the priority conservation areas and surrounding open space that help define the town character. The second recommendation has to do with density and intensity standards. State law requires that the land use element include a statement of the standards of population density and building intensity that are recommended for various districts. And typically this is done with land use designations, which are also used as the basis for establishing consistency with zoning. The 2012 general plan doesn't have land use designations, and the map only includes density standards and not intensity standards for non-residential designations. And so what we've done is to craft a series of land use designations with those density and intensity standards and incorporate that into the general plan to meet the legal requirement. And the land use designations and the density and intensity standards match what is currently in the zoning code. So maintaining that consistency. A third recommendation has to do with the organization of the element. Again, what you see on the left are the 9 goals of the 2012 land use element, and on the right is a streamlined version of the goals for the 2024 element. I'd point out that goal 2 and goal 3 from the 2012 element don't actually have any supporting policies and programs. They simply point to the conservation and open space elements. And so the recommendation here is actually to combine goals 1 through 3 and reframe it as you see on the right. Preserve and protect the natural open space that define Fairfax and contribute to local sense of place. Goal 4 is about wildfire. Goal 4 from the 2012 element is about wildfire, which is really a statutory requirement for the safety element. And so we've recommended that goal be relocated to the safety element, where it clearly addresses the legal requirements. Goals 5 and 8 from the 2012 element are really closely interrelated. So they could be combined into a new goal about a compact town footprint and a sustainable development pattern. And so you can see that as goal number 2 in the 2024 reorganization. Goal 6 is from the 2012 element is really actually a policy, not a goal, because it describes something that the town would do on an ongoing basis as opposed to a desired end state. And then goal 7 and goal 9 would be maintained, just renumbered. And so you can see them on the right as well: fostering human-centered design and sense of place, and preserve and restore historic resources that enhance sense of place. We also recommend make some recommendations around historic resources. The 2012 element identifies preservation as a priority, and it provides guidance for a future inventory of historic resources, but it doesn't include any actions to protect or preserve existing resources or any as yet undesignated but age eligible structures, so meaning structures that are over 45 years of old and years of age and could potentially be historic but haven't yet been evaluated. And so in the draft element that's in your packet, what we've done is to identify historic and potentially historic resources based on a search of the state historic resources database. And we've mapped them there on this map that's included in the draft as well. And we've included some actions that establish a process for evaluating and protecting existing or potentially historic resources. And then the final recommendation has to do with the town center element. The 2012 element, the 2012 general plan rather, includes a town center element with goals and policies that are meant to guide the preparation of a future town center plan. Several policies in the 2012 land use element also provide direction for land use design in the town center area. And then in the housing element, program 1A calls for the preparation of a town center plan. So there's a considerable bit of overlap. And the recommendation here is actually to create a new goal regarding the town center and embed that in the land use element, and then to relocate associated programs and policies for the town center under that new goal in the land use element. Additionally, the recommendation would be to create a new program in the land use element under that new goal about the town center area with very detailed guidance to set up the scope of that future town center plan. And then additionally, there's some programs in the 2012 element that establish height and use restrictions that conflict with state law and the housing elements. So those are proposed to be removed. For example, there's TC 2.1 1.3 that calls for height no more than existing buildings. That conflicts with what's in the housing element, and TC 2.1.2 that also appears to limit building heights to 2 stories and not permit residential on the ground floor. That conflicts with some content of the housing element. So those. And then additionally, it adds some new programs for particularly around downtown, around streetscape improvements, around integrating art and activity programming, and about property maintenance standards, establishing property maintenance standards as well. So that's a quick overview of the revised land use element and the associated recommendations. I'm happy now to answer any questions or take your comments as well.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Swift.
Town center element is not a mandatory general plan element, so we did that as an optional element. So the only reason that, can you clarify the reason that we would have to update it based on the housing element? Is it just because it's there?
No, the reason it needs to be updated is because there's a few policies and programs that place limitations on building heights and use that conflict with things that are in the housing element that are needed to meet the RENA. And so those programs need to be removed. Those are the things that need to be done. The other recommendations around creating a new goal in the land use element and relocating policies and programs there are a recommendation to streamline and simplify and reduce that overlap that I mentioned between the various sections of the general plan.
And it's probably not necessarily appropriate just to do away with the town center plan, since it was an optional element.
Yeah, I'm not proposing to do away with it. It's proposing to relocate it under a new goal in the land use element. Essentially, it's accomplishing all the same things with a little bit more.
So, but I think you are correct. The town center element as a freestanding element would cease to exist. It's just that it would be the significant components of it would be relocated into the land use element.
So are you saying it would cease to exist? Then we would take it out of the general plan, but look at.
Yeah, we would no longer have a town center element if we go with this recommendation, but the critical components of the town center element, which call for a town center plan, would be in the land use element under a new goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Oh, there's one. Commissioner Patron.
Does the town have any anticipated timeline in terms of when the town center plan process might start?
Well, it is in our 8-year housing element, so within the next 8 years. That's probably as detailed as we'd have to take it to the council, like for a future kind of budget item, and say, hey, we would like to do a town center plan, and can we have X number of dollars in order to do it? So, because it would be a little bit of not horribly expensive, but it would cost a little bit of money to put it together.
There may also be grant funding opportunities too, so it might be contingent on that, on getting a grant to help with.
And that would be something that you would have a lot of public input on, as the town center plan itself was. So to do any work on that would be kind of community intensive.
Yeah, and there's already, there's, as you can see from the town center element, and we're going to capture a lot of that, the useful information where we have a really good basis to start from. So it's not like we're starting from ground zero. So it wouldn't, it would be an effort, but not, maybe I don't know how to characterize it correctly, but we already have a good start, basically.
Commissioner Bella, 1 second. It's 15 minutes before 12. Just a reminder to everybody. Please go ahead, Commissioner Bella.
Okay. Maybe we can talk about this next time, but I'm noticing in the land use element, the designations, now that you talked about adding in the development intensity, establishing FAR ranges, and just, maybe we can talk about this at the next session. Curious how those were established. I'm noticing that in some of the designations, there's a range of FAR specified, and in some of them, it's very specific. And just wondering to what degree that actually captures the sort of, the diversity of property types that are likely in those zones regarding the sort of specificity with development intensity, how those things are related. And maybe that's something we want to explore at a future session.
Sure, I can give a quick answer as we tried to keep it as in lockstep with the current zoning. I don't think we didn't do outreach and have a mandate to rewrite these designations, but we're just trying to make sure that the general plan complies with state law and has those density and intensity standards, and so we took them from the zoning.
Commissioner Newton.
Thanks. I guess I was just kind of wondering if we would accept public comment on this presentation tonight. I don't think looks like we have one attendee on Zoom. I don't know if you guys have anybody in the room. But I do recommend that when this comes back, that planning director evaluate whether you could move it up earlier in the agenda, because this is the kind of thing that affects all Fairfaxians. And, so I think we deserve to give it, some priority in the agendizing. Over.
Yeah, we could have dedicated an entire meeting to it, maybe pick a slow month, or if we even want, we could even schedule a special meeting if the planning commission wanted to. So
Yeah, I agree with that. It was a pretty packed agenda tonight, a lot of meaty stuff, and this is maybe the meatiest thing. It's sort of hard to give it the attention it deserves at close to midnight.
Yeah, I think a special meeting would be good, and as it gets on an agenda, having the agenda item clear so it's easier for the public to understand what the topics are.
Tonight's item is a discussion item, so it is. Does that mean it's not a public item? Typically, is that correct?
I would usually recommend to have public comment on all items
Yeah,
it's good practice.
Sure. Because it's separate from public hearing items, the way it's listed on the agenda, so it wouldn't be recognized as an item like that. Okay, good. Any more comments? Okay, then we'll move on to item number 5. We might still make it under 12 o'clock, unless we have a lot of correction on the meeting minutes. Okay. Do we have comments on the meeting minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes? No motion? Interesting. Okay, I'll make a. Yeah, that's a.
Motion to approve the meeting minutes.
I'll second.
Can we get a roll call on that?
Commissioner Swift,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Jansen,
Aye.
Commissioner Petrone,
Aye.
Commissioner Bella,
Aye.
Commissioner Pfeiffer,
Abstain.
and Commissioner Newton.
Aye.
Thank you for that. We, I believe, have no longer an additional or planning director's report.
I could talk for 8 minutes if you wanted to go past midnight.
Well, no, we still have commissioner comments, so,
Oh, okay.
and
Okay.
requests. Any commissioner comments
Why
on the
are you
request?
looking at me?
I don't know.
Just to something that Commissioner Swift was getting at earlier, I think if we think there's not enough heated argument in the town, that's when we bring back the town center plan for discussion here, just to make sure everything stays interesting, time and consideration.
So I had a couple questions for staff and you can carry over and you can put it on the next meeting, but carried over from the last meeting was to get feedback on Tenalima from the public comments and also the charter school sign. So if you want to do that next time, I'm sure that'll be okay with us.
Yes, I can bring that back. We need a little bit more time on Tenalima, and I'll have a
Okay.
better update next time.
And then the other thing is, do we have any, considering we're getting up to the holidays, are we having any differences or changes we need to make in our regular planning schedule?
I was just looking at that, and I don't know if this is lucky or unlucky, but the third Thursday of December is well before Christmas. So,
And you guys will still be not on holiday.
yeah, with the furlough thing that Fairfax does, it's not till the very end of the month. It's kind of between Christmas and New Year's.
And November's okay? I haven't looked at a calendar.
November is also okay. You got lucky
Oh,
twice.
good.
If I could,
Go ahead, Commissioner Newton.
yeah, all this talk about general plans had me nostalgic, reminiscing about the general plan implementation committee that Bruce Ackerman used to be the chair of before he became a council member. We had representatives from the Planning Commission, Open Space Committee, maybe Park and Rec, I can't remember, but there were, for all of the programs and policies that are listed in the general plan, Bruce had a wonderful Excel spreadsheet. And the idea that the town would actually accomplish the majority of the things listed as programs and policies and specific actions that the town was supposed to do in a 3-year time period, a 5-year time period, even a 10-year time period, I doubt got done, right? So I want to bring everybody back to reality about what it is that we're working on here, and that the general plan, in my mind, has been just an aspirational guidepost for us, in terms of where we're going. And there has not been sufficient resources devoted to actual implementation of all the programs and policies and, even very specific items that different parts of the town were supposed to undertake. And not to fault all the different entities that are identified, as being responsible for implementing all these things. I mean, I think, for me, it was always difficult because I don't naturally get in tune to Excel spreadsheets to even get my brain around all the different things that the general plan would have the town of Fairfax do, and what has been done and what hasn't been done, and which are the priorities. And Cindy will recall when we had attempts to try to prioritize all those things, even just for ourselves as the Planning Commission. So as we proceed with this effort to update the safety element and put the town center element in the land use element and do all this stuff, and God bless us for having aspirations. I would also really appreciate us if we could really put some effort into seeing what implementation can actually be done, and maybe Bruce Ackerman is the man to talk to if he becomes a council member going forward, because I know he's up for election. But you know what I'm saying, just in terms of reevaluating that general plan implementation element of all of these different elements. I'll get off my high horse over.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, just to say, I think it's a great idea to, circle back to the implementation part of it and try to prioritize what things we can actually accomplish within a certain time frame. That's really where the rubber hits the road. Great idea.
I'll bring a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.